Scratching. Scratching. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. I'm IWN, and I'm live for your AEW Dynamite October 19th, 2022 review. It's gonna be fast. It's not gonna be all slow. I'm not gonna be taking my time on this review as much. Thank you guys for joining the live chat to listen to the music on the background. Did you guys like the music in the background? If you did, let me know. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, hit that thumbs up. Let's get a lot of likes on the stream minimum. You guys can follow me on Facebook, Instagram. You can add me on Snapchat. Links to my account are in the description below. I hope you guys are having a good week. I'm obviously not having a good week. I seem to never have a good week for some reason. But anyways, guys, I'm not going to waste anybody's time. We're going to go ahead and get started with the AEW Dynamite review here. So we got LERAE and Toni Schiavone welcoming the audience to the show. Jon Moxley versus Adam Hangman Page and Chris Jericho versus Dalton Castle were advertised on the show. The AEW World Trios title match kicked off the show last night. Orange Cassidy made his ring entrance with Trent Beretta and Chuck Taylor. They were followed by the Death Triangle team of Pac, Rey Fenix, and Penta L0M. So we got the Trios Tag Team Championship match. The AEW Trios Tag Team Championship match. That kicked off AEW. We got Best Friends, Orange Cassidy, Trent Beretta, Chuck Taylor versus Death Triangle for the AEW World Trios Championship. So we got Pac attacking Orange Cassidy on the apron. It was rolled up by Trent for a 2 count. Taylor tagged in and was quickly tuned up by Phoenix and Penta with a double team move. In there, Phoenix landed a senton on Taylor for 2. And then we got Chuck Taylor stared at the camera and waited for Phoenix to intervene so he could get up and interrupt a spot. That was awkward, of course. Every spot like that would be awkward. I mean, that's no surprise to me. But Pac returned to the ring to assist in dumping the Best Friends squad to the floor. All 3 of them then dove on a member of Best Friends on the floor. Death Triangle isolated Cassidy in the ring with quick tags. As the match continued, Trent and Chuck Taylor attempted to assist Orange Cassidy, but were quickly dispatched by Cassidy. Saw some life as the show returned from commercial and countered a suplex into a stun dog millionaire. I don't know what a stun dog millionaire is. I'm assuming it's a move, I guess. Trent then landed an acrobatic tornado DDT onto Phoenix. So Pac was sent to the floor, but the Lucha Bros landed a double super kick on Trent. Death Triangle pretty much executed a Casadora into a long blower, followed by a double stomp from Phoenix in a unique triple team maneuver on Cassidy. So then after that, you got Chuck and Trent firing back with a Soleil food half in half combo onto Pac. Phoenix was sent into the ring post on the floor. Chuck then landed a power driver on Penta, followed by an attempt at a triple team splash that didn't go very well. At least that's what I was told by some of my sources in the community about this match. Pac went to the announce table to get his ring bell hammer, but Phoenix took it away from him. Pac landed a German suplex, but Cassidy. Now, notice Phoenix. It said Phoenix took it away from him. Right there, that signifies a turn. Right there. Just based on what I said. Just based on. Now, Pac landed a German suplex. Cassidy fired back with an orange punch. Chuck and managed to land an assisted Storm Zero onto Pac. But Phoenix pretty much broke the fall attempt and then pretty much landed an assisted Storm Zero onto Penta. But Phoenix broke the fall attempt. Phoenix tagged in and landed a heel kick on Trent. He followed it up with a sit-out power driver and got the win. And that was pretty much it. So after the match, Death Triangle had an argument before eventually putting things back together and selling. Oh, and by the way, I just want to apologize for my streams being long. You know, when I go live, they last like 10, 15 minutes before I start the review. Yeah, sorry about that, man. I just want to give you guys an opportunity to join the chat. I be doing that. Like when I start to go live and play music, I'll be doing that to see how many audience I'm gonna get, how many people's gonna be able to have the patience to wait for me to go live to start the stream, you know. There wasn't too many people patient in the live chat for the AEW Dynamite review, given that nobody in the wrestling community did AEW Dynamite review. From what I saw on the YouTube app, all my wrestling YouTube content creating friends, I didn't see their AEW Dynamite reviews on their channel. So I decided to go live and do a little Dynamite review with you guys and then give you guys your AEW Wednesday night news, even though it's almost Thursday. Still, I don't care. I love to keep you guys up to date with what's going on with the AEW news in the world of professional wrestling, and I always like to do live my reviews, watch-alongs for people who don't get to watch AEW Dynamite, Smack Rampage, or even Raw every week. That's what I do. That's why I do these watch-alongs and reviews for. For people who want to hear my take and opinions on Dynamite, SmackDown, Monday Night Raw, and Dark and Elevation. Now, I just wanted to apologize to y'all about what I just said earlier. Now, we then got a video package that went through some of the history of Moxley and Adam Hangman Page and AEW. So, honestly, I will say this, and I'm going by my own opinions here. I'm not going by other people's opinions. I'm being honest. It was a very, very solid, high-energy spot fest to start the show. Now, there were some near falls that worked and might have worked even better had they not broken up the pinfall so quickly. I mean, hello, let's not forget, AEW Dynamite Special Edition was last night. It was this Tuesday night. It took place this Tuesday night while I was at work. So, the crowd was into the portion. of the match where Cassidy and Pac faced each other. So I think all Atlantic rematch, an all Atlantic championship rematch would be a popular choice, maybe. I don't know if that's saying something. I don't know if that would be a good idea, but I think it's an option, though. I mean, why not have a Atlantic championship rematch? I mean, in my honest opinion, it really helps out AEW's viewership and ratings a little bit. You know what I mean? In terms of a all Atlantic championship rematch. That is something I would like to see any day. That is something I would rather see any day of the week, man. To be real honest. But this was a good AEW Trios tag match to start off AEW Dynamite last night. I'm looking forward to see Pac turn on Penta and Rey Fenix sooner rather than later. Then that way Pac can go back to being the top heel that he always was in the AEW men's division. Now, package for Rampage and Moxley was well done. It was absolutely brilliant. Fantastic. It wasn't no complete joke. It wasn't cringe. It was fine for what it was. I didn't see nothing wrong with it. Now, backstage, Toni Schiavone interviewed Britt Baker, Jamie Hayter. Ooh, love me some Jamie Hayter, man. I really do. I don't know about Britt Baker. I do not know, legitimately do not know about Britt Baker. She's always going about her political ways, which I can't stand. I wish she would stop being all about herself and her political ways and start being about the actual AEW women's division. Hello. Still going by her political ways on Twitter, man. Wish Adam Hangman Page and CM Punk would start. So anyways, they claim that Toni time is over. That one of them would be AEW Women's World Champion by the end of 2022. Now in the arena, Hikaru Shida made her win in this match. And guys, I gotta stop you right there because I gotta tell you something else. I went live for Dynamite review earlier, but I was tired, I was stressed out, I was aggravated. That job yesterday got me aggravated. I came home stressed as a motherfucker, man. Seriously. I came home stressed. I came home from work last night so stressed, it's not even funny. If you don't know what it's like to work a job, I don't blame you. Don't even ask. Don't even ask. These jobs out here, man, or nothing. These jobs are stressful. A lot of people with the United States hardly gets paid enough money. Even with a lot of people working 6-7 days a week, they hardly still get paid enough money. I imagine some people that work 5-6 days a week probably get paid over freaking $200. That's not even enough. Or maybe $100. That's not even enough, man. My advice to you guys, be careful with the jobs that you work at. Because some jobs don't pay you right. Generally. And some of your employees, they have these mood swings where to blame you instead of blaming themselves. And then they have this thing where they put pressure on you when you're doing your position. And then sometimes some employees be getting mad because the customers be ordering stuff. The customers be through the mics. And bunch of darn orders be popping on the screen. You know, these jobs are stressful out here, man. It's crazy. Or driving people like me to quit. And I'm getting this close and close to quitting my job already. I already told the owner of KFC, I already talked to him, man, about it. I said, look, man, I'm getting a little fed up this job, man, for real. I really am. These jobs ain't nothing like they used to be, man. Rules done changed. When the rules change, you know a lot of people is going to quit and leave. But people got let go for the simple fact that, A, they weren't team players. B, they're just too lazy to work. And C, they won't come to work. They won't show up to work. Put it that way. And managers can't stand for people. Managers legitimately can't stand people not showing up for work. That's why I always tell managers I always show up to work when I'm scheduled, not when I'm scheduled. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. And as you all know, I've been through a lot this year. You know, my dog passed away this month. My mom's brother passed away a few months ago. And, you know, my dad, he passed away back in March. You know, so much going on, man. Just, it's very upsetting. And then on top of that, my dad's mom and his brother passed away last year. You know, and when they passed away, things took a worse turn for my dad instantly. I knew he was the next one. You know, and all these deaths in the family, man, it's just hard to move on from, you know. I'm never going to move on from my dad's death. Seems like I'm never going to move on from these other deaths either, especially my dad's. You know, my dad had a better relationship with my older brother and my stepbrother than me, you know. So it hurts me the most, you know what I'm saying? So I'm still hurt about that. Till this day, that still hurts me. For real. I ain't even joking. I don't mean to be a little childish or nothing. I'm not trying to be, but don't you hate when on days when you schedule to come to work, you have to do the same stuff over and over and over. And then you just have those days where you come to work, you're just not in a good mood, you just didn't feel like coming to work. Sometimes you'll be like, man, I just want to call out. You ever feel like that? I be feeling like that for real. Something like almost every week I would come to work aggravated and in a bad mood. And then I'll say things like, I should have just called out. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't like coming to work like that. I don't. I really don't. I have to talk to my employees and apologize to them. Apologize to them for, you know, coming to work with a behavior change, you know. I don't know what's wrong with me. I haven't been myself lately. I have not been myself at all. Ever since these deaths have changed me for the rest of my life. Like, legitimately. I used to think pressure was being put on me just because of these deaths. I about had a mental breakdown last night. Matter of fact, I had a mental breakdown this morning. I'm not even kidding. And then I was worried. I was concerned about Jam Manager because her account wasn't on the crew app. Apparently, my gym had deleted her account on the crew app, but that's situated. That's been situated, though. She's all right. I'm glad she is. I had texted my job earlier. Y'all, and asked them if it was all right. And my assistant manager was like, yes, because I saw a notification popping up saying, is any cooks coming in? You know, because they were coming in late. Just like I was coming in late that Tuesday. But that wasn't on purpose. I didn't come in late on purpose. I didn't. I was just aggravated and in a bad mood that day. And it just wasn't, that day just wasn't good. It wasn't good at all. I always seem to have a bad start to my week, man. Always. Seems like I always have a bad start to my week and a good start to my weekend, you know? I don't know. Just weird things happen. Weird things happen when you expect it, when you don't expect it. But anyways, just thought I'd tell you guys that. So bear with me a little bit. Anyways, continuing on with the AEW Dynamite review here. I don't care if it's almost 12 o'clock. I'm willing to stay up and give you guys your late WWE and AEW Wednesday night news. Something I should have did earlier. That's what I'm saying. I should have been live for Dynamite earlier. I don't know what I was thinking, man. I wasn't acting like I haven't been myself this week, man. You know? It's like I've been off schedule. I have a work schedule and I have a YouTube schedule, you know? So it's really hard, man. It really is. I mean, it's not really that serious, but I don't want to say it is what it is. I'm not saying it. I did say it, but I'm not going to say it. I'm just not. But anyways, guys, back to the AEW Dynamite review here. So that video package, as I was saying, for Adam Hangman Page and Moxley, it was well done. Excellent work by AEW. AEW is always producing the greatest Dynamite episodes. I put it this way. AEW always produces the best shows every single week. Put it that way. Their Dynamite shows are always good. Now, however, their Dark and Elevation shows, different story. Their Dark and Elevation shows for the last 2 months have been absolutely god-awful. I'm not going to lie to you. They need to do better with their Dark and Elevation shows. They have been absolutely awfully boring to watch. They really have been. Rampage, some weeks, Rampage is great. Some weeks, Rampage isn't all that great. Some weeks, Rampage is good. Some weeks, Rampage is bad. But sometimes, from time to time, you're going to have wrestling shows that are good, and you're going to have wrestling shows that are bad. That's just how the world of professional wrestling is, and that's just how the shows work. The reason why the shows are bad is because 50-50 terrible booking, terrible writing and producing. And then you got some talents that are, some of the talents and their gimmicks are awful. Some of the talents are even awful in the ring. That includes Lacey Evans. You know it includes her. There are various of others that are terrible in the ring. You're going to have wrestlers that are terrible. You're going to have shows that are awful. You're going to have shows that are great. Sometimes the shows will be written and produced great. Sometimes the shows are not written and produced. That's just how it is, man. You know? Like, I've been knew that. You know, I knew that since I started back watching wrestling, you know? I will always be a huge fan of WWE and AEW, no matter where I'm at. No matter what happens. Now, if the WWE and AEW shows are bad, I'm going to shit on both of those shows for legit positive reasons, not for negative reasons. You know what I'm saying? That's not the case for this week. This week, Monday Night Raw was great. despite the viewership for Raw going down, and I do have some news on that. We're going to go over that after the AEW Wednesday, or after the AEW Dynamite review. I do have some news on Raw. But Raw viewership this week was good. I'm only going to give you a sneak peek of the viewership. I'm only going to tell you the sneak peek of the viewership. Raw viewership, guys, it wasn't good at all. It's not good. That's all I'm going to tell you. Now, Dynamite was great. And I'm going to give you guys my thoughts on Dynamite as soon as I go over the rest of what happened on Dynamite here live on the IWA YouTube channel for your Dynamite review here. But guys, I really want you to send me your thoughts and prayers because I've been through a lot this year. This year has been the worst years of my life. I'm not even kidding. This year has been nothing but emotional, stressful, and just aggravating. This year has been stressful and aggravating for me, man. It's been an emotional year. I mean, I'm pretty sure I just told you guys already that, you know, I lost a lot of people in my family, man, you know, and to think that it's coming back to me hurts. It really does. Anyways, so I said I was going to be fast with this review, but now I'm not. Backstage, Toni Schiavone interviewed Britt Baker, Jamie Hayter, and they claimed that Toni's time is over, and that one of them would be AEW Women's World Champion by the end of 2022. In the arena, Hikaru Shida made her ring entrance for the next match. She was followed by AEW Interim Women's Champion Toni Storm. We got Hikaru Shida versus Toni Storm for the AEW Interim Women's Championship. There was a handshake between the two women at the start of the match. Shida backed Toni into the corner and gave a clean break. I still can't get off of that freaking news article on that call for Jey Uso to dethrone Roman Reigns. That's in my mind too, man. I mean, who the heck writes an article like that, man? that is awful, man. I don't know whoever of writing a news article on Jey Uso, on the call for Jey Uso, whoever legitimately wrote that article on the call for Jey Uso to dethrone Roman Reigns, you gotta be a complete idiot or something, man. No, I don't hope you have a fantastic day. I hope you start writing better articles. Instead of writing terrible articles like that. That was a terrible news article. The call for Jey Uso to dethrone Roman Reigns. And these geeks online still think that Jey Uso is going to do Roman Reigns. You got to be kidding me. Even Vince Russo still thinks that shit. If you honestly think that Jey Uso is going to dethrone Roman Reigns, you got to be the biggest buffoon in the entire community. Seriously. You got to be the biggest blithering idiot in the internet wrestling community to think that. No, Jey Uso is not dethroning Roman Reigns. The person that's dethroning Roman Reigns to win that WWE Championship is Cody Rhodes. I said it on the Monday Night Raw review. And here I am saying it again because the geeks online still think that Jey Uso is going to dethrone Roman Reigns. No, he's not. No, he's not. Okay? Cody Rhodes is going to dethrone Roman Reigns to win the WWE Championship. Now, the person that's going to be thrown in rings to win the Universal Championship is either going to be Kevin Owens or Gunther. If it were to be Gunther, they would have to turn him babyface. They would have to turn babyface, and we could get a heel Roman Reigns versus Gunther, a babyface Gunther for the Universal Championship. Have Gunther win his first WWE, well, he already won his first WWE Championship, which is the Intercontinental Championship. Have Gunther defeat Roman Reigns to become the new Universal Champion. Have Cody Rhodes defeat Roman Reigns to become the new WWE Champion. Have Gunther to defeat Roman Reigns and become the new Universal Champion. Or even have Kevin Owens. What about babyface Kevin Owens to defeat Roman Reigns to become a two-time Universal Champion? You could do either one. I think the best option would be Gunther. I want to see Roman Reigns feud with a babyface Gunther. I want to see how good Gunther can do as a babyface. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see, man. Anyways, man. It really mind blows me, man, that these geeks online still think that Jey Uso is going to be throwing Roman Reigns. Clearly, he's not. Clearly, he's not. Guys in the community can take an L because it's not going to happen. You geeks online can take an L. It's not happening. Okay? I'm sorry. You guys, you really think you're in the Incredibles or whatever? These geeks online think they're Batman and Superman, man. They think they're Andros from Star Fox. That's what the geeks online think. They legitimately think Star Wolf and Andros from Star Fox. No, you're not. You're not the scientific evil villain from Star Fox. No, you're not. No. Some of these geeks online think they're Little Mac, thinking that Jey Uso is going to be throwing Roman Reigns. Come on, man. Give me a break. Give me a break. That's never going to happen. Come on, man. Are you freaking serious with this crap? These people are freaking mental, man. They are not, their heads are not mentally there. They're not right. So, back to this AEW Interim Championship match between Hikaru and Shida. So, there apparently was a handshake between the two women at the start of the match. Shida backed Toni into the corner and gave a clean break. Both women traded reversals on the mat, and then Shida landed a drop kick. Shida fired up the crowd and walked out onto the apron. So Storm landed a strike and then a hip toss to send Shida out to the floor. I may not even go to bed after this review, to be honest. I'm not even sleepy yet. She followed Shida to the outside and tossed her back in. So Storm pulled the action during the break. Storm landed a snap suplex and Shida fired back with a head scissors. So then Shida landed 10 punches in the corner, followed by a missile drop kick for a 2 count. So then we got Shida going back up top again. I don't know why. But Storm met her up there after a series of headbutts. Shida landed a Meteora, followed by a sit-out powerbomb for a near fall. Storm avoided a drop kick and landed a German suplex. She pretty much followed up with a hip attack in the corner. Now, Shida avoided an attempt at Storm Zero and landed a slam for a near fall. Storm landed a German suplex with a bridge for a close near fall. Oh, that was a close near fall, all right. She then followed up with a tornado DDT and Storm Zero for the win. That's the third time I said Storm Zero. I even had to say Storm Zero. reviewing and going over that freaking AEW Trios tag team title match between Best Friends, Orange Cassidy, and Death Triangle. After the match, Jamie Hayter and Rebuild assaulted Storm and Shida. In the match, Rebecca made a ring entrance with her Steelers gear on to some strong boos. Saraya followed right after her and traded blows with Brit. Rebuild landed a shot with a crutch to Storm. Saraya and Baker spilled into the crowd. That allowed a returning Riho to make her entrance and take out Rebuild and Hayter with a dropkick and a drive into the floor. Saraya and Baker weren't seen after they spilled into the crowd. Storm and Riho left together. There was a video package that featured the Kingdom, Wardlow, and Samoa Joe. Footage was shown of Rampage last week, and Wardlow and Joe offered the Kingdom individually and tag team matches to sort out their differences. Elsewhere backstage, FTR was interviewed by Renee Pequati. They were interviewed by Renee, Jon Moxley's wife, girlfriend. They spoke about their goals and wanting to be AEW two-time champions more than anything in the world. Swerve Keith Lee walked up. Swerve criticized him for having every other. AEW has started. Keith Lee interrupted, apologized, but agreed that they deserve a rematch for the tag team titles. FTR agreed that the matter needed to be sorted out and offered a match next week to determine the number one contenders. Keith Lee replied, indubitably for some reason. Swerve was confused by this outcome. Now, my take on the Storm and Shida match. Honestly, the Storm and Shida match has some really good moments. And Toni Storm and Shida really did some good moves in the ring, too. But the crowd was pretty quiet throughout. Rio's return got the largest pop out of anyone. Probably got the largest pop out of anyone in the NXT crowd. I mean, NXT is clearly still dead. I mean, Triple H hasn't even made one change to NXT yet. NXT 2.0 is still 2.0 in my eyes. I won't consider it 2.0. I won't consider it black and gold until Triple H changes to NXT. Until he gives us the old NXT. The old NXT that we all used to love. That JD and his fan base used to love. The NXT that Jesse and Solomon Monster and everybody else in the community, even Tino's time, used to love. NXT, man, that black and gold brand, man, it had good vibes to it. Especially when Johnny Gargano, talents like Adam Cole, baby, Karrion Kross, and Tommaso Ciampa were still there. When they were still there, NXT was the best that it ever was. NXT was the best that it could ever be, man. NXT produced some of the best shows down there, man, in the old NXT Black and Gold brand era. Now, all we're getting on NXT is garbage week after week after week. When is Triple H going to make a change to NXT? When are we going to get the old Black and Gold brand back that we've all in the wrestling community been asking for? When are we legitimately going to be given back the Black and Gold brand that we've all in the internet wrestling community asked for? When? Is it going to be next year? Is it going to be next month? When? I would like for Triple H and his creative team to give us the black and gold brand back, just so I can start going back live to my NXT reviews again and start saying, hey, the NXT shows have gotten better. But no, they have not gotten better so far. The shows are still terrible. Still terrible. They really are. But anyways, Riddle's return, like I was saying, did get the largest pop out of anyone. And that is saying a lot about Dynamite in the women's division, so to speak, I guess. Now, I'm pretty certain FTR getting involved in the title picture is encouraging. But this match, let me tell you something, folks. This match has an interference finish written all over it. This match has a cue of a fucking pencil written all over it. It really does. Legitimately. Darby Allin and Jay Lethal were interviewed backstage. Now, they have a rematch coming up for some reason. It took place this Tuesday night. They were doing some trash talking. Darby told Marvis to leave. And they traded some strikes, some good strikes from both men. Lethal and Sanjay Dutt dragged Darby over to a garbage door. A garbage door. Okay. Where they closed it onto his stomach area. So Lethal applied a figure four on his legs while Dutt stomped on him. In the arena, William Regal was set for an interview with Toni Schiavone before they could begin speaking. MJF's music hit, and he headed to the ring. You know, that entrance music, that dum 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 boom 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 boom. Sound like those new Halloween. Sound like one of those new Halloween theme songs. Sound like they could be a Halloween hip hop trap song. Nah, for real. MJF song sounds old school, in my honest opinion. Sounds like one of those old school theme songs from back in the Attitude Era. In the arena, William Regal was set for an interview. MJF's music did hit. He headed to the ring. Regal put his brace knuckles, legitimately. He on his brace knuckles. MJF said he was there to talk. MJF said he had to tell a story. And whether or not he realized it, Regal owed it to him to listen. MJF told a story of being pulled aside by his wrestling coaches for some extra work with WWE when he was 19 years old. Wow. He was 19 years old. Huh. Pretty young age. Pretty young age, man. To be pulled for some extra work. Legitimately a pretty old age to be pulling for some extra work with WWE, man. Wow. He spoke about driving to the Barclays and how they had tryout matches in front of Iron Anderson, Adam Pearce, William Regal, and Dean Malenko. After his match, Regal pulled him aside and gave him 3 minutes to sell himself to him. Regal was impressed and promised to get MJF a job there, too. Now, at that moment, MJF thought he had done it and achieved his dream. But when he told Ringo he was 19 years old, he told him he was much too young. MJF said his heart stopped, but Ringo offered him a bit of hope. Ringo said he would put his name on MJF, and that's as good as getting him a job. He mentioned Moxley, Claudio, and Danielson as his examples. I could see why he did that. I can why he mentioned them. I really can. MJF told him that Ringo asked him to send him a tape every month to demonstrate his progress. And after the third month, Ringo crushed his dreams with an email. The email spilled out that WWE's policies had changed, and they not only wanted the best athletes in the world, and when he was one, Ringo would know. He went on that he thought about quitting wrestling, and even thought about killing himself. Now that sounds absolutely terrible. I wouldn't want nobody to kill himself. I wouldn't want nobody killing themselves. Come on. That sounds absolutely terrible and sad. Trust me, I absolutely been in his shoes, you know. I know what that's like. That is not a road you want to go. I'm telling you now. But now, years later, the shoe is on the other foot. And Ringo got fired and slid into his company on the coattails of men who were better than he ever was. He told Ringo that his former employer would take several human lives just to get him to put pen to paper. And now he was set to become the world's champion because he's better than you, and you know it. Ringo replied that he entered a carnival at 16 years old and bleed from every orifice in his body. Frightening grown men just have a chance at being a professional wrestler. He told MJF that if all it took was an email that he held onto for 7 years to get him to a place where he had that kind of fire in his belly, then he'd had it easy. He recalled telling MJF to practice talking every day in the mirror and to make a name for himself. That'd be weird. That would be absolutely weird. Talking to yourself in the mirror. Why would somebody do that? Has anybody ever talked to themselves in the mirror? I've never talked to myself in the mirror. Never. It just feels weird doing it. I don't know why. It really does. It really does, man. Now, Ringo redefined himself as an old school villain, basically. And because he drew a line at attacking people like Toni Schiavone, he recalled having conversations with Schiavone before MJF was even born. Well, that's saying something. And insulted him for taking shortcuts like hiring people to do his dirty work and knocking people out with his ring. He told MJF that making money and taking shortcuts isn't what it took to impress him. He turned his back to MJF, told him he still had a lot to learn to impress him. MJF put his ring on and thought about punching Ringo. Ooh, that sounds like a threat right there. But that's something he did, so. But he didn't. It was just a threat, see? Little threat. He was going to punch him. He did. Regal turned back around and left, reiterating that MJF still had a lot to learn. I hate yawning doing a review. Backstage, Renee interviewed the Acclaim. They said they would stomp on Mark Sterling's nuts on Rampage. That sounds like something nobody wants to hear. Definitely sounds like something I didn't want to hear. They should have just cut the word nuts on there. Honestly. Too inappropriate. Too much information. Too much info there. Nobody wanted to know that. So this happy segment between MJF and Regal, I think MJF gave the stronger performance, and Regal seemed to get a little, lost attempting to explain himself. Sometimes I have that, I'm autistic, of course. Of course, certain people with autism are going to have times where they get a little lost attempting to explain themselves, But overall, this was a strong segment that seemed intent on adding more depth to the MJF character. It seems like Regal respects him for being a villain, but disapproves of his lack of any code whatsoever. Now, Renee sat down for an interview with Ben Danielson and Wheeler Yuta. Bryan expressed regret about his loss to Chris Jericho. She followed up and asked about Daniel Garcia. Bryan said he sees a lot in him and thinks he could surpass a lot of things that he's done in his career. Wheeler Yuta took exception to this and asked how Bryan missed the fact that Garcia has been using him. He said Mox and Claudio agree with him, and he wondered what it meant to Bryan when he bled with them to get into the Blackpool Combat Club. Yuta said that maybe it was a mistake to meet his hero. In the arena, Dalton Castle made his elaborate entrance for the Ring of Honor Championship match. He was followed by Chris Jericho. So I got Chris Jericho defending his Ring of Honor World Championship against Dalton Castle. Jericho offered a handshake to Castle, who reached into his trunks and pulled out a middle finger in response. The action spilled to the floor, where Castle danced around the outside with the boys. Castle landed several gut-wrench suplexes on Jericho. He then made use of the boys and threw them at Jack Howard on the floor. Castle landed some chops in the corner and then tossed Jericho across the ring. He charged at Jericho, but was dumped out of the floor. Jericho attempted a springboard dropkick. The Castle intercepted him and landed a kick to the gut. And then on the floor, Hager charged at Castle, but he ducked. Now, why did they have Hager? Why did they have Jack Hager target Castle? Does Hager and Castle somehow have a history between one another? Is Hager an amateur wrestling with an amateur background too? Didn't they say something? Didn't they say that Jack Swagger had an amateur background, an MMA background in WWE? I could have sworn they said something about that. When Jack Hager was once Jack Swagger in WWE. I don't know. I might be right. I could have sworn they said that though. Because that's when we had games like WWE 2009, 2010 come out, 2011 for the PS3 back then, But he ducked. The boys then jumped Hager on the outside. and stole his hat. Hager hulked out over his hat and destroyed the boys, tossed him at the barricade. Now, Castle tried to kick at Hager, but Jericho rolled him up for a 2 count. Castle replied with the Julie Newmar submission, but Jericho quickly escaped and landed some forearm strikes. He then applied the walls of Jericho. Castle reached the ropes for a break, but Jericho sold like he won. He argued with Aubrey Edwards briefly, and Castle landed a lariat. Jericho caught Castle with a forearm shot and went for a lion's hold. But Castle caught him up against the ropes. He landed a German suplex and hooked the legs for a near fall. He then landed a bangarang and covered him for another close near fall. Jericho got back to his feet, traded strikes with Castle. Sorry, my ear was itching. But Jericho managed to catch Castle with the Julius effect to get the win after an awkward-looking scuffle. After the match, Jericho joined the rest of Jericho Appreciation Society on the ramp. He said he wasn't done with the legacy of Ring of Honor. He said he was destroying champions, ring announcers, and now commentators. Menard and Parker dragged Ian Riccaboni from the announce table and set him up for a belt shot from Jericho. Jerry Lynn intervened, and Jericho ended up picking him up instead and delivered a power driver onto the Ring of Honor title belt. So then we got a video package that hyped up the partnership of Luchasaurus and Christian Cage. FTR versus Swerve and Glory was confirmed for next week's Dynamite. Bryan Danielson will face Sammy Guevara, and Riho will face Jamie Hayter. Jamie Hayter! Me a break. You see females doing this cringy shit. Nah, I'm just being silly, man. That is going to be a great episode of Dynamite. When Daniel Bryan is on the show, when you got stars like Daniel Bryan, Isaiah Swerve Scott, and Keith Lee, and Sammy Guevara and Jamie Hayter on the card for next week's Dynamite, you know next week's episode of Dynamite is going to absolutely 100% deliver. It's going to be a great show for next week's Dynamite. Look at that. Card already lined up. And now I can focus on doing the thumbnail for next week's Dynamite Watch Along and review. Yeah. I love Dynamite, man. I really do. Watching Dynamite is better than watching Dark and Elevation. I'm not going to lie to you. Even Rampage is better than watching Dark and Elevation. Right? And then, yet you got all these geeks online saying, oh, but Rampage is fucking trash. Rampage is so garbage. No, it's not that garbage. It's not that trash. If you actually watch it every week, you know, there's a thing called picking out what's the best match or the best thing on the show. But no, you got some of these geeks online that don't really understand that. Really. So pathetic. Some of these geeks online are so dumb, man. Some of these geeks online don't even know what WWE and AEW is. If you don't know what WWE and AEW is, if you legitimately don't know what WWE and AEW is, you might as well not even be a wrestling fan at this point. You might as well be more of an NBA fan. You might as well be more of a freaking game designer or a freaking model or a freaking employee. You fucking kidding me? You can tell me we got geeks in the community that are watching wrestling, but yet they don't know what wrestling is? me a break. Gotta be kidding me, man. Some people need to learn when to use common sense, and they need to learn when to use their brains. Use your brain wisely. That's all I'm saying. Think before you actually watch something. Think before you actually say something. Think before you actually do something. Also. So, next week's Dynamite, Bryan Danielson will face Sammy Guevara. Riho will face Jamie Hayter. That is going to be great. That is going to be great, man. Show me some great matches next week, Dynamite, for real. We got it was an entertaining match from Castles and Jericho. You know, now it did suffer quite a bit because of the lack of suspense around the finish. Castles and the boys did well. Castles is great, man. His gimmick is great. I don't know how anybody in the community can say that Castle is not great. If you don't think, and if you don't think that Castles is not a great wrestler, and if you don't think that he doesn't deserve to have an amateur background, then you got to be some kind of blithering idiot or something. You got to be a mental dumb fuck to not think that Castles is not good. Castles is fucking great. He's doing great. No wonder why Castle and the boys are the 6-man Ring of Honor tag team champions. Great at what they do. I would not be surprised if Tony Khan makes Castle and the boys all elite. He should. These guys are already new additions to the AEW tag team division. But I got a question. Where are the Iron Savages? What happened to them? Why are they not getting much TV time? Where is the Varsity Blondes? Where are they? See what I'm saying? You got some of these tag teams on the roster, yet some of them are not getting TV time. Lance Archer needs to hurry up and remove himself from AEW. Lance Archer, another talent that's not getting used right on TV. Another guy that's not getting enough TV time. Lance Archer needs to remove himself from AEW and go to WWE. Go to a different wrestling promotion that will use him, that will build him up to the top of whatever division he will be in, whatever wrestling promotion he'll be in. I think Lance Archer should go to WWE, to be honest. I think Lance Archer should honestly request for his release because they're not doing him right. They're really not. They're not using him on TV right. They're not giving him enough TV time. They keep booking him in all these useless fucking god-awful jobbing squash matches on Elevation and Dark every week. I don't know. What are they building him up for? Why do they keep booking him in all of these useless waste of time squash matches, man? If you keep on booking him in squash matches, then you might as well just release the guy. If you're not gonna build Lance Archer all the way up to being the #1 contender for the AEW World Championship or the TNT Championship, you might as well just let him go. If you don't have nothing else planned for Lance Archer, you might as well release him from the company. Tony Khan might as well let him go, man. Brian Cage is probably not going to be back on AEW TV for another probably 2-3 months. I mean, for fuck's sake, he just lost to Wardlow for the TNT Championship. What the fuck is going on in AEW, man? As far as the roster goes, AEW's not doing too good with the rosters. There's too many fights, too many backstage arguments. All that stuff, man. I hope Tony Khan gets this roster situated as soon as possible. There was even a news article that I seen saying that Eddie Kingston and Ortiz about got into a backstage fight one time. Jeez Louise, man. AEW's got to really, they need to start having meetings with their talents, man. So they can make sure that their talents is okay and they're not coming in mad as fuck and not causing backstage heat. At least WWE got their roster straightened. Well, their SmackDown and Monday Night Raw men's and women's rosters. NXT, their men's and women's rosters, no. They're not looking good. They don't look good. The NXT shows are not doing good either. Triple H needs to be effective in it, really does. Because especially after they just lost Dynamite this week. Oh, it's time for Triple H to really start the NXT now. No shit. Like, no pun intended. I'm serious. So, like I said about the Castles and Jericho Ring of Honor Championship match, it was an entertaining match from Castle and Jericho. It suffered quite a bit because of the lack of suspense around the finish. Castle and the boys did well in showing off what they can bring to the table. These guys have a lot of potential, man. I can see Castles being a two-time Ring of Honor champion. I can see Chris Jericho easily dropping it to Dalton Castles in the future, in the near future. Not right now. Right now, Chris Jericho is doing the best work of his career as Ring of Honor champion. And I'm looking forward to see who Jericho is going to defend it against next. Now, Jericho's crusade against Ring of Honor continues to do nothing for some people in the community. But, hey, it's giving us something to watch, something to be invested in. I will say that. There's nothing wrong with Jericho's reign as Ring of Honor champion. I don't have an issue with it. Like I said, he's doing the best work of his career. But we shall see who's Jericho's next opponent is going to be for that title. It might very well be that Ultra Dragon Lee guy with that Carolina Blue luchador mask. You guys know who I'm talking about. Backstage, Renee ran into Kiera Hogan and Layla Gray. They were terrified that they hadn't found Jade's TBS championship. Now, come on, Layla Gray and Kiera Hogan. Obviously, you know who has it. Nyla Rose. I thought you girls were the baddies. If you were the baddies, you'd be smart enough to know who has the TBS championship, right? Jesus Christ, man. Jade found them and was furious. Kiera said she found out that Nyla will be at Rampage on Friday in Jacksonville, Florida, I assume. My brother lives in Florida. Jade said she would be there too and addressed Tony Khan to tell him that she would hold the show hostage until she got her title back or get her title back. Excuse me. I didn't say that right. Now, seriously, legitimately, she would hold the show hostage until she gets her title back. I guess that's what she's going to do. In the arena, Adam Hangman Page made his entrance for the main event. Moxley started his entrance, but Hangman entered the crowd and met him there to brawl. Now, as you all know, Adam Hangman Page suffered a concussion. I got some news on that. We're going to go over that right after the AEW Dynamite review. Or not, a little bit right after. A little bit right after the review. So, Hangman Page entered the crowd and met him there to brawl. Hangman dragged Moxley into the arena or the area with concrete floors. Those concrete floors are pretty hard, man. They're harder than bricks, harder than steel. Hangman dragged Moxley into the area with concrete floors and delivered a snap suplex. He then climbed into the crowd and went on top of a staging or to deliver a moonsault. He went on top of the staging to deliver a moonsault onto Moxley. They continued to brawl through the crowd and eventually back into the ring area. Once both men got in the ring, the referee rang the bell. So it was Jon Moxley. At that point, it was Jon Moxley defending his AEW World Championship against Adam Hangman Page. Now, as you guys would expect, Moxley was bleeding from the forehead. Hangman Page dominated the early going with strikes, targeting Moxley's bleeding forehead. Moxley fired back with a figure four, but Hangman clawed at his forehead to break free. Hangman landed heavy chops in the corner, but Moxley turned the tables and landed some of his own. Page sent Moxley hard into the corner and then followed up with a lariat. Hangman taunted the crowd, and Moxley fired back with a cutter. So far, this match, this main event was starting off to a great start. Moxley was taking over, and then, well, actually, Hangman Page was taking over, and then Moxley took over the match. Now, Moxley landed a lariat in the corner, followed by some right hands. He then bit at Hangman's head before raking his back and pulling him into the ring with a superplex. Mox stomped on Hangman's face and attempted a cross armbar. Just so y'all know, I was high as fuck yesterday. I really was. No kidding. That's probably why I feel the way I feel now. He was able to apply it after a struggle, but Hangman quickly reached the ropes. The match spilled out to the apron. Moxley attempted a power driver, but Hangman was able to reverse into a dead eye. Moxley and Page battled on the top rope. Hangman pulled him into the ring with a fallaway slam for a close near fall. Both men traded lariats that turned each other inside out. The doctors checked on Page because he landed badly. Really, really bad. That was an awful spot. That was a whew, man. Yikes. That was a unfortunate spot, man, for him. Landed face first on the lariat. The match was called by the referees. At this point. Referees. Me a break. I don't even know how I got that word wrong. So apparently Jon Moxley won by the doctor stoppage. So, well, Here comes MJF. Sorry I said that one. Oh, man. William Regal walked to ringside and shook Jon Moxley's hand. They stretchered Hangman Page out away from the cameras. Now, we got a list of blows from Rampage and Dynamite next week. They went back to Moxley in the ring. He said he hoped to break that Cowboy Hangman Page recovered to 100% so he can come back 100%. He reiterated that this is a dangerous game and you have to be willing to put your body on the line every time you get into the ring. Moxley then called out MJF for what he said earlier, told him to get his stubborn ass out to the ring and challenge him right now. MJF walked out with his chip and a referee. Moxley flipped him a double bird. MJF handled his chip to Regal and grabbed a microphone. He told Regal and Moxley that he didn't want any excuses or to fight him at 50% after a match. He wanted Moxley at 110% when he beat him clean in the middle of the ring. He then declared that he would challenge Moxley at Full Gear. Moxley replied that what he earned was his boot in his mouth, his teeth going down the back of his throat, and his arm up his ass. Ugh, disgusting. He promised that he would make an example out of MJF and reminded everyone that getting in the ring with him was dangerous to your health. Now, there seems to be a lot of debate about the Adam Hangman Page injury on social media this week. Initially, people were in the belief that it was an angle. But on the chance that it was not, I hope that Page is able to make a rapid recovery. My thoughts and prayers go out to him. And he looked like he took the lariat and got his arm out before his head hit. Now, I'm pretty sure some of you guys weren't watching from the best angles on the TV reply because Moxley and Hangman Page match was a good bit of fun for what it was. And the MJF story, well, the MJF story they're telling is an interesting one. A very, very interesting one. A very, very good one at that. Now, the idea is that I guess he's going to earn it and should be him graduating into being a villain that Regal can approve of rather than an outright babyface. Now, my full thoughts on this week's episode of Dynamite. I will say that it was great. It was great. It wasn't bad. They did establish 4 title matches. And we all just knew that those would be, the only matches, basically. And that each match would be awesome. Championship matches are almost 92% great in AEW. And not too much in WWE. Opening with the trios titles makes a lot of sense, as does Death Triangle retaining. Now, I'm sure some of you are unsure about that bit where Phoenix stopped, where Phoenix pretty much stopped Pac from cheating. And by normal conversations, by normal conventions, that moment would have cost him. Let's be honest here. Okay. But at the same time, AEW is refraining from having another AEW double champion so soon. Now, I suppose Death Triangle did need to establish. They talked among themselves about Pax cheating. Now, I will go on the record and say that the fastest way to do that is in a match, not a promo segment. Good promo from Brit and friends to lead into women's title match, even though I hate Britt Baker is in it for herself and not in it for the women's division. Britt Baker claims that she put the women's division on the map, but yet I believe otherwise. Some of the people, some of the fans in the internet community believe otherwise. And a great women's title match between Toni Storm and Hikaru Shida. We got that. It was awesome. Now, I figured Storm would retain, and of course, Britt's crew goes after her. Saraya comes out, going after Brit. Was a logical move. Absolutely a logical move. It was one of the best moves. It was one of the best creative decisions in AEW, having Saraya going after Britt Baker. I mean, this is definitely building towards a Saraya versus Britt Baker one-on-one match for Full Gear. I think that's where this feud between Saraya and Britt Baker is heading. It's heading towards a one-on-one match between both Brit and Saraya for Full Gear. So you have Jon Moxley versus MJF for the AEW World Championship. And then you have Britt Baker versus Saraya. That's 2 matches so far. That's 2 matches on the AEW Full Gear card for this year. Now, we could be getting Toni Storm versus Riho for full AEW Full Gear as well. Now, I suppose this means AEW is going to clear her. I just hope it's more like a tag match and not one-on-one. Riho returning is great. That makes for a great number of matchups, including Riho versus Storm, which I said is probably going to be more than likely on the AEW Full Gear card, maybe. Now, we did get a good bit from Jade and the Baddies to set up a confrontation for Rampage. And chances are we get a brawl from Jade and Nyla to set up a title match for Full Gear. That's another women's match we could be getting Full Gear. So we're probably going to have 3 women's matches for Full Gear. Part of that build should be Marina Shafir and even DeMonte joining Nyla in a 6-women tag against the Baddies for Rampage. I believe that's where the match is going to take place. There's no way that match is being produced on Dynamite. Come on. Why would anybody want to watch a 6-women's tag match on Dynamite when they can watch it on Rampage? It's better to be booked on Rampage than Dynamite, to be honest. Plus, Dynamite already has a good card. So, you don't need to put that match in there with all the other good matches. That makes the viewership and the ratings look a little bad. I think it would if they add the 6-women tag match on the Dynamite card for next week. Good promo for Wardlow. Whoever legitimately came up with this name for this tag team duo of Samoa Joe and Wardlow, this is a great name. I love this name just because it has the word war in it. Great promo for Wardlow to call out the Kingdom, though taking them on in singles matches is not what I expected. It's not what anybody in the community expected. Almost. Anyway. Really good segment from Lethal and Darby Allin. I don't know why I keep thinking my camera is freaking. Why my camera's freaking cricket or crooked, whatever. Guys, you can tell I'm sleepy. You can tell I'm tired. But for real though, this was a really good segment from Lethal and Darby Allin to set up their rematch, which will be a wild one after that garbage door fight spot. And then we got a really good promo from FTR, Swerve Our Glory. That is going to be a great tag team match that people honestly can't predict. FTR could take on the Acclaim, but then it'd be a shame for the Acclaim to lose those title belts so soon. Now, I can't think of reasons as to why they would have the Acclaim dropping those titles so early. It's too early for the Acclaim to drop titles yet. Let their reign last a little bit long first before you have them drop the titles, man. You know? The Acclaim are the best tag teams. They're one of the best tag team in the AEW tag team division. You know what I'm saying? Don't let one of your best tag teams in the AEW tag team division drop the title so early, man. I mean, that's going to look embarrassing and look terrible on the Acclaim, man. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I myself, I don't know how you guys feel as far as Swerve in the Glory goes. I honestly feel like, you know, Swerve in Our Glory is just one loss away from breaking up. Legitimately, dude. And I also feel like the best time for them would be in another loss to the Acclaim. That's just me. That's just what I think. I don't know about what you guys think. The Acclaim also have a very, very solid, decent promo calling out Sterling Stable. And, you know, I just knew we were getting titles versus trademark. You know, the Acclaimed will, of course, win so that they can have an even bigger scissor finger celebration than National Scissoring Day. Especially with it being a homecoming to Jacksonville. Now I would think Daly's Place, maybe. Seems like most AEW shows take place in Daly's Place almost every week. Now, we got a good promo for Christian Cage to call out champions. But with Wardlow busy, I feel like Luchasaurus is either going after FTR champion. They're probably going after one of FTR's tag team championships. Hook, or maybe the All-Atlantic Championship. You guys think we could get Luchasaurus feuding with Orange Cassidy as a singles competitor in AEW? You think we could perhaps get that? Boy, I would love to see Wardlow feud. I would love to see Wardlow and Samoa Joe feud with Christian Cage and Luchasaurus. That would probably be one of the best feuds in AEW. If it's produced and written right, if the matches in that feud is booked right. Samoa Joe versus Christian Cage, take my money. Luchasaurus versus Wardlow, take my money. Even if they were in the tag team match, still take my money. All four guys are great. I don't know about Orange Cassidy versus Luchasaurus. I don't think that match would be that great. I just don't think it would be. Now, if Orange Cassidy was taller than Luchasaurus, we would have got a taller Orange Cassidy versus Luchasaurus. I mean, I guess it'd be somewhat great. Man, Hook versus Luchasaurus. Oh my goodness. I would not want Hook losing to Luchasaurus as FTW champion. Hook losing to Luchasaurus as FTW champion absolutely would creatively make no sense whatsoever. So I would not have Luchasaurus go after Hook. If anything, I would have him go after Warjoe or Orange Cassidy. But I hate to say this, but even I myself just don't see Luchasaurus dethroning either. I just don't see Luchasaurus beating either man, either champion. Right now, not to mention right now, Hook is still in that weird space. He's still in that weird space, you know, where he hasn't been even pushed to his limits. And Cassidy should be feuding with Ethan Page over Ethan's promo, calling out all comedy characters. And then we got this really, really good sit-down interview promo for Yuta and Bryan. Now, Yuta is more than likely upset by this whole Garcia thing. I'm pretty sure you guys don't sense nor want Garcia defaulting back to Jericho Appreciation Society. Yuta says the others agree with him. Is Bryan going to get kicked out of the faction he suggests forming? Or is Bryan going to see things Yuta's way and give up on Garcia? And like I said, we got a fantastic, brilliant match between Jericho and Castles. And I really did like that they did throw a couple jobbers to be the extra boys, just so Hager would have more people to throw around. Jericho wins 99% clean, as Hager could be considered a distraction. But at some point, Jericho would win clean against someone. Jericho doubling down by, suppose at some point, Jericho would win clean. But Jericho doubling down by wanting to hurt Rika Bonnie and then hurting Jerry Lynn was some good heel heat. It really was. You guys thought I was going to say Latino heat. Nah, I wasn't going to say that. Something Eddie Guerrero says, of course. Vicky Guerrero's husband. Now, I can't wait to see who is next for his Ring of Honor hit list. I ain't gonna lie, I loved Eddie Guerrero's entrance music. It was one of the best entrance musics in all of WWE, to be honest. I don't know how anybody could not like Eddie Guerrero's old theme song. If you legitimately don't like Eddie Guerrero's old theme song, you gotta be a complete fucking idiot. I'm just saying. Now, we did have amazing stuff out of MJF, Ringo, and how it relates to the world title. MJF, again, digs down deep, basically, and bears part of his soul. And even then, Ringo throws that all back in his face because MJF was being biased. The main event was building into something awesome, and it is a damn shame. Hangman got hurt. I think I speak for everyone at the chair shot. Or should I say everyone here in the live chat. Man, the only chair shot I have is somebody hitting me with a chair. Man, if somebody hit me in the chair, my head would probably be busted wide open, man. Seriously. Legitimately. Legitimately, bro. If I legitimately would have had a chair shot to the head, my head would be bleeding faster than a cheetah can run. I would have a huge big bump on it. A huge big bump. I know when I was a kid, I used to hit my head on one of the windows on the bus. My head was bleeding, was busted wide open. Oh my goodness. It was terrible. It really was. It was so bad I had to hold it till I got off the bus, man. That's how bad it was. That's how busted open it was, man. Seriously. I do wish Hangman Page all the best. And I hope you guys wish Adam Hangman Page all the best too. You know, he really has worked hard to get where he is now in AEW. But MJF coming out to establish that he won't do a Money in the Bank heel cash in, but more a face cash in is great stuff. Moxley versus MJF at Full Gear is going to be awesome stuff. They've got a full month to build it. So who knows what further twists and turns happen along the way. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for your AEW Dynamite October 19th, 2022 review. I'm going to go ahead and take a break here. I will be right back. I got to go get my phone charger because my phone cut off. And when I come back, we're going to go over your late WWE and AEW Wednesday night news. And then after that, I'm going to end the stream, eat some ice cream, and head to bed because my eyes are tired and they look completely sleepy. Don't go anywhere, folks. I'm going to take a maybe a 5-10 minute break. I'll be right back. When I come back, I'm going to give you guys your WWE and AEW Wednesday night news. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for me to start giving you your WWE and AEW Wednesday night news before the stream ends. We got a lot of WWE and AEW Wednesday night news to go over here. So we're going to go ahead and start with the news on Candice LeRae. So apparently Candice LeRae is actually down to reforming the way in WWE on the main roster. So it says here that, it says here on the screen, my other tab on the browser here, that the Way was one of the most popular factions back in NXT. It comprised Johnny Gargano, Candice LeRae, Austin Theory, Dexter Lumis, and Indy Hartwell. LeRae is hopeful for a reunion. So apart from Indy Hartwell, everyone has been called up to Monday Night Raw. However, Gargano and Austin Theory started out with a feud that saw Gargano best Theory last week. While speaking on Muscle Memory with Muscle Man Malcolm, Candice LeRae presented the idea of reforming the Alliance and made it clear she is open to it. It says here, and I quote, "I'd like the Way to come back. We have Dexter now, so we can. Austin Theory can figure his life out, and then we'll get there." What is he doing? It says, what is he doing with the question mark? He went away to challenge. Has a job now, and he's better than all of us. End quote. So I guess we'll have to wait and see whether the Way will reform, as they might turn out to be a very successful faction on Monday Night Raw. I think they will succeed 100%. They are Triple H's talent from NXT, from the Black and Gold brand, from back when Triple H was still in charge. So what is y'all's take on what Candice LeRae said? Let me know in the live chats right now. I would really appreciate it. Let's get some more audience in here too. And guys, if you are enjoying your time here in the live chat with me, man, if you enjoyed my AEW Dynamite October 19, 2022 review, please hit that thumbs up. Let's get some more likes here on the stream. I really appreciate it. Continue to show your overwhelming support for the IWN YouTube channel. I try my best to give you guys the best reviews this week here on the channel. More reviews to come, man. You got your Friday Night SmackDown and Rampage reviews. My SmackDown and Rampage review will be this Saturday afternoon. NXT Halloween Havoc watch along will be this Saturday night. I cannot wait. NXT Halloween Havoc is going to be great, even though the NXT shows every Tuesday nights are not great. It's going to be good. We're expecting a few people, a few audiences to show up. We're probably expecting maybe 5 or 6 people in the live chats this weekend for NXT Halloween Havoc. I may end up having more than 5 or 6 audience watching. May have more than 5 or 6 YouTube users watching. We'll see. It's gonna be a fun weekend though. It really is. Next month we got Full Gear, Survivor Series. It's gonna be great. I gotta get started on that Survivor Series thumbnail. I haven't even started on it yet. I gotta get started on it. Holy shit. Man, this staring day's been going by fast. Well, again, let me know y'all's take on Candice LeRae and on what she said about reforming the Way faction on the main roster. Now, moving on to the next news here. We have some news on MJF. So apparently he names WWE superstars that he actually wants to wrestle. So MJF actually worked hard to establish himself as one of the biggest names in professional wrestling today. We know that. MJF has made it clear he will hear offers from WWE after his contract expires in 2024. He will be in WWE by the time 2024 gets here, and he's probably going to take Wardlow with him. He name dropped the WWE star he wants to work with if he ever joined WWE. MJF partook in a Q&A on Twitter. MJF was asked who's the first person in WWE he wants to work with if he ever jumped ship to the Stanford-based promotion. Check out. Nah, I'm just joking. But seriously, he wants to work with if he ever jumped ship to a Stanford-based promotion for real. MJF will be in Cincinnati, Ohio for a special edition of Dynamite. It said. Well, he was in Cincinnati, Ohio for a special edition of Dynamite just 2 days ago. This Tuesday night he was. We already went over the AEW Dynamite review. We've already went over what all went down on AEW. So MJF did last wrestle against Willie on Dynamite. Obviously, what's next for MJF is challenging Jon Moxley for the AEW World Championship, which will be at Full Gear. And I know you guys are looking forward to that. I know I am. Oh, man. I am. Seriously. So, guys, apparently, WWE is still being criticized over Brock Lesnar and Bobby Lashley's brawl on Raw. Why? I have a little bit of answers to that. So it says here that Bobby Lashley was absolutely furious after Brock Lesnar returned and cost him the United States Championship match against Seth freaking Rollins. No. It ain't Seth freaking Rollins, you geeks online. It's Seth Rollins on Raw last night. That's what some of the geeks online say, man. Legitimately. Their latest segment was criticized as well. Bobby Lashley called out Brock Lesnar for the heinous act, for the heinous attack last week. The two kicked off tonight's Raw with a huge brawl. Or should I say this week's episode of Raw with a huge brawl. Bobby Lashley decimated Brock Lesnar by putting him through a barricade and a table. While speaking on Legion of Raw, former WWE writer, that freaking idiot, man, what an awful take that was. That other day, you guys remember that Monday when I was that Tuesday afternoon I was live my Monday Night Raw review. This Tuesday afternoon I was legitimately live for my Monday Night Raw review, and he had one of the worst fucking opinions, one of the worst comments ever about Jey Uso challenging Roman Reigns. Oh my God. Some of Vince Russo's opinions and comments and takes are just so terrible. I'm not even lying. That was one of the worst takes I've ever heard. That's one of the worst comments I've ever went over with you guys on that news on a call for Jey Uso to dethrone Roman Reigns. I still can't get over that shit, man. But why in the world is these geeks still thinking that Jey Uso is going to dethrone Roman Reigns? Give me a break, man. Are you serious? My God. This community is freaking something else, man, I tell you. It really is. This internet wrestling community on Twitter, on Facebook, and Instagram is something else. So, it really is. It really is, dude. Legitimately. So, apparently, former WWE writer Vince Russo criticized WWE for poorly booking the brawl between the two behemoths. So, this is what he said. Here we go with, we're probably going to have another comment from Vince Russo after going over this. Watch this. So it says here, and I quote, this is what he said, folks. Here we go. They kind of emptied the locker room to pull Lashley off. If this were happening as a shoot, it would not be the end of it, just because we're going to commercial and we need to go on to something else. And then he goes on to say, it would not be the end of it. If this were a real out-of-control brawl that opened up the show, we wouldn't go on to, oh, here is what's on the rest of tonight's show, and then totally ignore it. We would go back to Bobby Lashley. We would go back to Brock. Once Brock comes to his senses, he would be looking to get back at Bobby. I hate it when they do that. You have got to write this show like this stuff is actually happening. I mean, well, at least he's not being an idiot. He is kind of, he does really have a point on that. I mean, I can't fucking shit on him for saying that. He does have a point on that. But it makes it so freaking funny. The way he said it, man. Okay, so Lesnar and Lashley are over. So let's go to the next thing. This is over. So we go to the next thing. It's horrible. I don't know. When you've got Brock Lesnar in the building, who flew in to be on this show? Biggest star of the brand without a shadow of a doubt. You're not using him throughout the show. I don't get it. I just don't get it. End quote. Brock Lesnar will be squaring off against Bobby Lashley at WWE Crown Jewel on November the 5th. I was about to say something fucking funny, dude. I really was. Dude. You know, Vince Russo wears his glasses on his podcast like a complete geek. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. I guess we'll have to wait and see how the match turns out, though, between Bobby Lashley and Brock Lesnar for Crown Jewel. That's going to be one of the best. Oh, what the heck's on my neck? That's going to be one of the best matches on the Crown Jewel card. It's going to be better than Braun Strowman versus. Man, I wish I could do what JD did on his podcast, that Omos impression. I sucked. I failed. I sucked at doing it. I sucked in that Omos impression. I did terrible. I did terrible, man. Absolutely terrible. I should be ashamed of myself. Damn it, IWN. So anyways, we're moving on to the next news here, the next WWE Wednesday night news. Or should I say Thursday night news? I mean, it's Thursday morning, but still. So apparently, get this, guys, get this. Apparently, WWE is already making plans for Elias's character change. Oh my God. Don't tell me they're going to screw Elias up again. Vince and Bruce did it just worse, though. They did it as worse when Elias got a new character change. You know, he had that walk with Elias gimmick. Amen, amen, amen. No, let me stop. Following a long hiatus since August 2021, Elias returned during a previous episode of Monday Night Raw. As Elias came back as his younger brother, Ezekiel, things went awkward. Well, put it this way, things went awkward right after that. I'm just going to say that. Eventually, Ezekiel was written off WWE television after Triple H took over, as he did not like the gimmick whatsoever. Afterwards, Elias spent some time away from television in order to grow his beard. Something JD does all the time, grow his beard. Like, he doesn't really need to grow his beard. I mean, he already has a beard on his chin. Yeah. That's something that almost every man does, man. Grow a beard. My beard grows back. Every time it grows back, I have to go to the barbershop and get it cut off. And get my hair cut. See what I mean? Prior to the main event, Riddle was in a segment with ELIAS. Well, we loved it at first. He let Matt Riddle listen to his song and then stuck around for the main event. Late in the match, Riddle was able to win the match with the RKO, but ELIAS ran in the ring to try to attack Rollins after Rollins super kicked him early at ringside. Now this was on this week's episode of Monday Night Raw. As ELIAS ran in, he bumped into Riddle, and that allowed Rollins to get a second win and had a curb stomp for the win. So from what it seems, WWE is likely planning to turn in. WWE could also be setting up Rollins to defend against Riddle and ELIAS in the Fatal 4-Way match at Crown Jewel, which that is going to steal the show. Holy shit, man. That is a mid-card right there. You want to talk about mid-card for the United building? You want to talk about mid-card build around the United States Championship? That is as mid-card as it gets, bro. That is going to be a hell of a fucking Fatal 4-Way match. And how great all four guys are. Jesus fucking Christ, man. That is going to be a banger right there. Remember when Sheamus used to always say on Twitter, banger after bangers after bangers after bangers? Yeah, that's going to be a banger, bro. Anyways. All right. So, apparently, SIKOA wants to face an old friend, an old family friend on WWE main roster. Who that old family friend is? Do I have a surprise to tell you all who that old family friend is. This is going to surprise you all. SIKOA made a lot of noise after his WWE main roster debut at Clash at the Castle. He's just getting started. Now he gets to look at the roster and think about all the possibilities ahead of him. While speaking to Peter Rosenberg on Cheap Heat, SIKOA dropped a few hints about people he is looking at as future opponents in WWE. I can tell you right now, let me tell you the surprise, folks. Turns out, the old family friend happens to be Rey Mysterio. It's funny how you mentioned Rey Mysterio when Baron Corbin was traded to Monday Night Raw for Rey Mysterio. I wonder if SIKOA wanted Rey Mysterio to be traded to SmackDown. It makes me wonder. It's raising some red flags here. Man, this is alarming. This is very, very alarming. Now, why would Baron Corbin be traded to Monday Night Raw for Rey Mysterio, only to get news on SIKOA wanting to face an old family friend on the main roster? That old family friend happens to be Rey Mysterio. Sounds to me like SIKOA wanted Rey Mysterio to get traded to SmackDown. That's what that sounds like. That's what that sounds like. I don't know what explanation. I don't know any other explanation I come up with outside of that. I don't know who made this call to have Rey Mysterio. Oh, you know what? I know who made this call to have Rey Mysterio get added to SmackDown. I know who made this call to get Baron Corbin traded to Monday Night Raw. Paul Levesque, Triple H. That's exactly who made that call to have Baron Corbin traded to Monday Night Raw. For Rey Mysterio. I have Rey Mysterio trade to SmackDown for Baron Corbin. That was the best decision that Triple H has ever made, if you ask me. Now, this is what SIKOA said, and I quote. So he said, one of them was my debut with Drew McIntyre. That was cool. I didn't know I was going into that. Man, when I got brought up, but I think Drew McIntyre, end quote. Solo SIKOA also mentioned Rey Mysterio as a dream opponent. See? I do. See? I saw the fucking news article earlier, man. I mean, I know I'm not stupid, man. Come on, bro. I do it. His old family friend is Rey Mysterio. There is no way his old family friend is Drew McIntyre. You know these versions online are going to think that, oh, so they could go, Drew McIntyre is a old family friend of Solo SIKOA. Drew McIntyre is an old family friend of SIKOA. No, he's not. Rey Mysterio is, not Drew McIntyre. That's what they say online. Drew McIntyre is an old family friend of Solo SIKOA. No. Wrong. Solo also said of Mr. 619 that he's been a family friend of ours for a very, very long time. So we have to see what's next for Solo SIKOA on the WWE main roster. But he is just getting started. Obviously, he is in a good company right now with the Bloodline. He is in good hands with the Bloodline, man. So what is y'all's take on Solo SIKOA's future in WWE? Let me know. All right. This is going to have the NIKKITA and BRON Breaker. You thought you got what I was going to say. Round the drowsy. Oh, don't worry. I got some news on her later on in the show. Now, I got some news. I do have some news on NIKKITA Lyons and Bron Breakker. Like I said, the Bron Breakker and NIKKITA Lyons fans are going to be excited for this one. Get ready, folks. I'm getting ready to go over it with you guys. So apparently, evidently, ultimately, legitimately, Bron Breakker and NIKKITA Lyons could both potentially be in line for a possible main roster call-up. Oh man, this is the news that the NIKKITA Lyons and Bron Breakker stands. I said Bron Breakker. Oh man, you gotta be kidding me, right? Bron Breakker. That sounds like one of those virgin names, right? One of those geeks in the community, right? Bron Breakker. Oh my good Lord, man. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh man. You gotta be kidding me, bro. You gotta be kidding me. Bron Breakker. Give me a break. Anyways, man. Apparently, Bron Breakker and NIKKITA Lyons could potentially be in line for a possible main roster call. Now, I bet you NIKKITA Lyons and Bron Breakker fans in the community are excited for this one, man. For this news. It says here that Bron Breakker, not Baker, Breakker, IWN. Jesus Christ, man. What's wrong with you today, man? Bron Breakker has been on a roll after his debut in NXT 2.0 back in September last year. I know what you guys thinking. Are you high? No. No. I was high earlier yesterday, but no. Yeah. He has been booked very well as the NXT champion as well. Obviously, he is just getting started. Of course he is. The current NXT champion has defeated everyone in his path and continues to be one of the biggest stars in NXT. Duh, well, no shit. He is the undisputed NXT champion. He has NXT UK champion too. And he's also dating Coral J on top of that to put the cherry on top of the cake, which fans approve of. Breakker is not only rising star in NXT, as NIKKITA Lyons has already curved her path on the developmental brand. The likes of Dolph Ziggler have already appeared on NXT television in a feud. I don't know. I don't think anybody even invest their time in caring about Dolph Ziggler. Dolph Ziggler's days in WWE are getting ready to be over. Why do you think Dolph Ziggler's shirts are not in the WWE shop anymore? He's not making good merch over there. He's not. Because he hasn't been used often on TV. He's only been used for a short amount of time. Yeah, Dolph Ziggler's not being used good on television, man. He's not. And I tell you what, the fans don't give a shit. Nobody gives a shit about Dolph Ziggler. That's the way I see it. You're not trying to be negative. Just being honest. Just being truthful. Being truthful in what I say. The likes of Dolph Ziggler have already appeared on NXT television in a feud, even though he worked on the main roster. While speaking on After the Bell, Corey Grace asked Shawn Michaels if stars like Bron Breakker or NIKKITA could be crossing over to the main roster soon. Michaels hinted at that happening as well. It says here, this is what Shawn Michaels said. He said here, and I quote, listen up, folks. Absolutely. And again, there certainly is that opportunity. There's going to continue to be, Michaels said, look, I text Hunter every day anyway. So we talk on a regular basis anyway. I might as well throw in, how about some NXT people appear on the main roster? How about some of your people come down here? I say that jokingly. But as you know, these are all things that we wanted to do before, but it wasn't our decision. It's something that we've always talked about. And then, well, no, he doesn't continue. And quote, Lyons and Breakker both made cameo appearances in the front row at WWE Extreme Rules on October the 8th. And all that I just went over with you guys what Shawn Michaels said. That's what Shawn Michaels said when about both Bron Breakker and NIKKITA Lyons. But anyway, since I was reading, NIKKITA Lyons and Bron Breakker made cameo appearances in the front row at WWE Extreme Rules on October the 8th. I was live with my Extreme Rules watch along for the Extreme Rules pay-per-view. That was great, man. We had 1.1 quadrillion views on the live stream. And I just want to give a shout out to everybody that was there, to everybody that supported the Extreme Rules watch along. I really appreciate it. You guys are the best. Keep on supporting my channel always, man. Keep on bringing in more audience, bringing in more people to watch my reviews and watch alongs and game streams and all that. I'm starting to start back streaming games soon. I just need the right quality, man. I need more. That router in there needs more speed, man. It really does. It has a lower speed when it comes to streaming, man. My goodness. No wonder why the frame rates are so garbage here. But anyways, do you guys want Bron Breakker and NIKKITA Lyons on the main roster? My answer is yes. They are ready. They are more than ready to be called up. Riku Satomura also is more than ready to be called up. I don't know why she hasn't been called up yet. But I guess she's in NXT to elevate talent. Maybe she doesn't want to go to the main roster. I don't know. I think she should be called up to the main roster in my opinion, Miku Satomura. That's just me. I would love to see Miku Satomura versus Oscar. Miku Satomura versus Io Scott. Miku Satomura versus Ronda Rousey. Miku Satomura versus Shayna Baszler. Or even a Miku Satomura versus Sonya Deville. Some great dream matches there for Miku Satomura, man. Or even the Miku Satomura versus NIKKITA LYONS. I mean, they're great matches. So apparently, there's some news on Bray Wyatt and WWE. WWE was apparently warned against bringing back Bray Wyatt's Fiend character. God, they did so terrible with his Fiend character. I felt so bad for Bray Wyatt. And then they released him because of budget cuts and his weight. They said that they expressed that Bray Wyatt was overweight. Vince McMahon and Bruce. That's what I was told. Same thing with Keith Lee. I mean, that's not nice for Vince and Bruce to say, man. It's really not. It's really not. That's just straight up wrong. Wrong. Straight up wrong. Wrong. Bray Wyatt was definitely one of the most creative wrestlers in all of WWE, regardless of him being in the company or not. However, he was never used properly at all, which that happens to be true. I mean, just think of it this way. He had one of the worst matches with Goldberg at Super Showdown. Goldberg's jackhammer was fucking awful. It really was. That shit had me laughing. I mean, how can you even strangle picking up Bray Wyatt, delivering a terrible jackhammer to win the Universal Champion? That was one of the saddest matches on the fucking card. It was awful. Bray Wyatt got wasted, buried, treated like complete shit, and then kept in Titus K-Ring until he got released from the company. It's fucking terrible, dude. It really was. That Hell in a Cell match, nonetheless, that Hell in a Cell match between Seth Rollins and Bray Wyatt had some bad spots in that match, too. That match sort of failed, to its moniker. The Fiend was arguably his most creative character and truly showed just how imaginative Bray Wyatt would be. Imagine how great Bray Wyatt will be now that he's back in WWE on SmackDown. Bray Wyatt made his return during the Extreme Rules Premium Live event and completely shocked everyone in attendance. While speaking on the latest episode of Busted Open podcast, God, I hate their freaking podcast. Bully Ray, that freaking clown. That's stupid. Bully Ray. God, I hate Bully Ray, dude. God, I hate Bully Ray and his podcast. I really do. His podcast sucks. It really does. Nobody watches Busted Open Radio. People are mostly watching Off the Script because that is the greatest. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Off the Script is the only greatest podcast in the IWC. JD, meanwhile, is the only greatest podcaster in the entire IWC. And I think he will be back tomorrow. If not, he should be back Friday. He should be live for his SmackDown review, which is going to be great as usual. I mean, nobody does it better. Nobody does a Friday Night SmackDown review better when you're a podcaster like JD. Now, Bully Ray stated that he oh man, I don't even want to mention his name, man. Did you guys hear the news of the signing of Bully Ray in Impact? Bully Ray was spotted on Impact this week. I heard. Anybody's watching that shit. Who watches Impact? Nobody. Nobody watches Impact, dude. Nobody gives a shit about Impact. Give me a break. If I see Impact on my television, you know what I'm doing? I'm immediately picking up my remote and changing the goddamn channel. Impact is one of the worst promotions in professional wrestling industry. Nobody watches Impact. It is absolutely garbage. Absolutely garbage. Complete, utterly horrendous, despicable garbage is Impact. Now, Bully Ray stated that he believes WWE should not bring back The Fiend. Whoa, look at that! Something Bully Ray actually says that I actually agree with. That would be something JD would actually agree with for the first time as well. Look at that! At least he didn't say something. Well, even though he does, still has the worst opinions and takes in WWE. This is what he says. He says here, and I quote, "It almost seems like Bray Wyatt coming out as Wyndham Rotunda or Bray Wyatt, whatever you want to say, in his purest form. Want it to be good, want it to bear his soul. Sure, bear my soul. Seeing Impact on my screen. Jesus Christ, cry me a river. The characters that he's portrayed just won't let him. And that's the road I think they're going down. Got to be careful, though." And then he continues on to say that with The Fiend, they painted themselves to such a corner where this guy was I don't even know how to pronounce this word. Impervious, whatever it is. This guy was impervious to pain, so to speak. They have to be able to have this depth of character in which Bray Wyatt can still wrestle a match and work a match. Okay, that's another thing Bully Ray's right about. His pain takes are still terrible, though. And then he went on to say in the full paragraph, in this last paragraph here, that my biggest fear for The Fiend was what happens when the bell rings. The house lights go up. Now what? Now he's just another pro wrestler. And they ring. You have this character that has so many layers and so deep. But then once the bell rings, you're a pro wrestler. You gotta wrestle a match. And that's where the disconnection came from me within The Fiend. I mean, no shit. He was used like a fucking jobber. They made himself look like a complete fucking idiot out there. They made him look like a complete loser. A complete geek, man. That goes to show you how much Vince and Bruce disliked men and women's wrestling in WWE. Goes to show you how Vince and Bruce disliked all the young talent that was brought up to the main roster that were Triple H talent. Wyatt cut a very emotional and candid promo on Friday Night SmackDown last week. If releasing 200 plus talent wasn't enough to tell you that the WWE shows and WWE rosters were completely ruined and completely messed up. One of our reasons for that to tell you that Vince McMahon is a senile mental dumb fuck. And Bruce is nothing more than a freaking fat sloth. That's what that tells us right there. Wyatt cut a very emotional and candid promo on Friday Night SmackDown last week, which many fans appreciated, with his rumored Wyatt 6 faction likely already being planned. We'll have to wait and see how Bray Wyatt will be booked in the coming weeks. What's your take on this story? Sound off in the comments. Or you can even comment your questions in the live chats. The live chats are open for conversation, questions. That's what the live chats are open for. Communication, man. Communication is the key to bringing more audience in. Having better thumbnails, having better live streams, having better quality is the key to bringing more audience in, man, especially the thumbnails. Very, very important to make sure your content looks clean, solid, and clear. Make sure it's creative as well. You gotta be creative. Now, we're gonna move on to this next news here. So apparently, Alexa Bliss sent huge warning. She sent a huge warning as scammers target her fans. Oh my God. I know a thing or two about that. And let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. I am thankful that I got my original Facebook account back, and I am most importantly thankful that I got my second Instagram account back. Now, I do have my second and third Instagram accounts. I don't have my first and fourth Instagram accounts. I have 4 Instagram accounts and 2 Facebook accounts. I even told my shift manager that this Tuesday when I was working, when I was at my job working. Now, Alexa Bliss has been part of WWE for several years now and has worked hard to make herself one of the highlights of the women's division. Also, she is a former Raw and SmackDown Women's Champion. It remains a highlight of the WWE television. I had to turn the music up a little bit more. Bliss returned to WWE television back in May. Since then, she has taken part of numerous matches and also engaged in quite a few feuds. She has also been keeping herself busy with projects outside of WWE. And as you can all see, I am wearing a hoodie with my father's shirt on. In case you're wondering who that person is on my hoodie, it's my late father, who passed away back in March. I was thinking about my father yesterday. I really was. Not gonna lie to you. Still breaks my heart to this day that my father passed away back in March. It really does. I mean, it's not his fault, man. The devil brought him down, and that's that. His alcohol problems and stuff took advantage of him. His drinking, the devil took advantage of him, man. Just like that, he was gone. He had a liver. My father had died of a liver disease. That was the cause of his death. I still loved my father. Still cared about him. Heck, he was the greatest father I've ever had, man. To be honest. Heck, I even thank God I had a father. My stepbrother was grateful to have my dad as his stepfather, you know. I know if I was in Caleb's position, if I was in my stepbrother's position, man, I'd be thankful too, man, if I was him. And if that's not enough, my mom's brother died, and then my dog died, you know. I miss my dog, I really do. I loved my dog so much. I really did. She always smelled so good coming home from the vet. She'll try to lick me and be like, hey, I don't want you. Hey, I don't want you stinking, bro. I don't want you licking me. You're stinking, bro. Such a sweet and fun, and such a sweet and nice dog, man, we had. You know. Really was. She really cared about us. When she hears something, she'll bark and let you know. You know what I'm saying? If she smells something, she smells somebody back there, she'll bark and let us know when somebody's back there. That's one thing about the dog. But yeah, my dad's uncle, my dad's gone, my uncle's gone, my dog's gone. You know, my dad's mother's, she's gone. She passed away last year. Yeah, my dad's mom passed away last year, and my dad's brother passed away last year, which his brother happened to be my uncle. My dad's mom is actually my actual, I think my second grandmother, I think my first grandmother was my granny's mother. So, I've had a lot of deaths in my family this year and last year, and this year I'd say is the worst year of my life. This year was the worst ever. I suffered through all these deaths this year in my life. I never thought I would have to deal with these deaths. I never thought I would have to deal with these deaths, man. I never thought I would generally have to deal with these deaths, man, in my family. And I do need to talk to somebody about it, but it's not going to be my parents. It's not going to be my brother. I'm talking to somebody else about it, somebody that actually understands. Somebody that I can talk to, somebody that I can relate to. Somebody that's having problems of her own. Somebody that gets aggravated and stressed out like I do, you know? Somebody that understands me, somebody that really likes me, you know, somebody that likes working with me. But anyways, back to what I was reading to you guys on the news on Alexa Bliss. Alexa Bliss, as you guys know, she has been a part of WWE for several years now and has worked hard to make herself one of the highlights of the women's division. She is a former Raw and SmackDown Women's Champion and remains a highlight of WWE television. I think she's a former WWE Women's Tag Team Champion too. Maybe a two-time WWE Women's Tag Team Champion. Bliss returned to WWE television back in May. Since then, she has taken part in numerous matches, also engaged in quite a few feuds. She has also been keeping herself busy with projects outside of WWE. The former Raw Women's Champion is no stranger to haters, especially from online. She also seems to have had enough of people trying to impersonate her as such. Bliss took to Twitter and made it clear that she hates sending warnings to fans about her account. So this is what she said. She says here, and I quote, "I hate that I have to keep saying this. I only have one account on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. I talk to people on Google Hangouts or any personal page or personal. If you think you are talking to me, I promise you, you are not. And I would never ask for money or gift cards. If someone is saying they are me, cut off all communication." End quote. So Alexa Bliss headlined the previous week's edition of Monday Night Raw in a singles match against Damage Control, Io Sky. In the end, Bliss lost the match. So I guess we'll have to see what's in store for her. Now, what is y'all's take on Alexa Bliss standing up for herself? Let me know. This next news we have, guys, is on the world's dead on my screen. Oh, I seen something strange pop up on my screen. Anyway, I thought it was a bug for a minute. Anyways, moving on to this next news. This next news is on the Monday Night Raw viewership. So apparently, the Monday Night Raw viewership, apparently The viewership dropped to an all-time low this week. Despite a decent episode of Monday Night Raw. You guys are probably questioning, well, why did the Monday Night Raw viewership drop to an all-time low? Easy answer. Braun Strowman and Omos was on Monday Night Raw. That is the only explanation as to why Monday Night Raw dropped to an all-time low. Braun Strowman and Omos. WWE brought an episode of Brawl this week without Triple H backstage. He tested positive for COVID-19, but the show still went on without the game at the helm, and that was not good. The show should never go on without Triple H. When the show goes on without Triple H, that's how you know failure is expecting to happen. According to WrestleNomics, the October 17th episode of Raw brought in an overnight average of, oh God, here we go with these big numbers, man. Why do they always fucking have to put these big fucking numbers on here? I don't understand it. I don't understand. Do you guys understand why these stores have to put all these big numbers in here as far as viewership goes? Why do they do that? I don't get it. I don't understand that. Like, what's the point? What is the fucking point of putting it on there? I don't know, man. Anyways, this week's episode of Monday Night Raw brought in an overnight average of 1,804,000 viewers with a .50 in the 1849 demographic. October the 10th episode of Monday Night Raw brought in a overnight average of, this is another big number. We got another freaking big number. Another one. That's what DJ Khaled says. Another one. So as I was saying, October 10th episode of Monday Night Raw brought in an overnight average of 1,824,000 viewers with a .55 and 1849 demographic. That sounds like a lot, a whole lot. October 3rd episode of Monday Night Raw brought in an overnight average of, hold on, I gotta type this one in too to find out what that number is. Jesus Christ, man. These big ass fucking numbers, man. How do they expect anybody to read and understand these numbers? We shoot them. They brought in an overnight average of 1,599,000 viewers with a .40 and 1849 demographic. The September 26th edition of WWE Raw brought in an overnight average of 1.674 million. Literally, 1.674 million viewers. That's the number, guys. I'm not joking. With a .45 in the 1849 demographic. September 19th episode of Monday Night Raw brought in a overnight viewership. Oh, here we go with another big number. And then we're going to have another big number after that. Jesus Christ, I might as well not even win over the news on the Monday Night Raw viewership. Biggest these numbers are. Jesus Christ, dude. These numbers are huge, dude. My thing is, how do sources expect anybody to read numbers like this? I don't know, man. I don't get it. So, Monday Night Raw for September 19th episode brought in viewership of 1,594,000 with a .45 to 1849 demographic. Now, WWE Raw brought in an overnight average of, here we go with the next number, folks. This one's really, really high. This one's really, really huge. So they brought in an overnight average of 1,710,000. Jesus Christ, talk about big numbers, man. Talk about big numbers. 1,710,000 viewers for their September 12th episode. Jesus Christ, dude. That's a lot of numbers, dude. That's another number of viewers, man. Holy shit. They also rate in .44 rating in the treasured 18 to 49 demographic. Monday Night Football caused some big competition for them. Big time. The September 5th episode of Raw brought in an overnight average of 2.054 million viewers, with a .58 in the 18 to 49 demographic. Now, that was a good showing for Labor Day. August the 9th episode of Monday Night Raw brought in an overnight average of what did they bring in an overnight average of? Let me think. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to think outside of my head. Oh, that's right. They brought in 4,214,000 viewers with a .59 in the 18 to 49 demographic. I think. I might be wrong. No, I am wrong. No, that's not their fault. Yeah, I am wrong. That's not what they brought. That's not how much they brought. This is not the right number. This ain't the right one. This ain't the right one. We got an issue here. Oh no, we got an issue. Guys, I gotta look up the number. Because I don't understand the number. I gotta look it up. Where's Google? What the fuck is Google at? I really don't understand these numbers. These numbers are too fucking long as hell. Okay. Here we go. Here it is. Okay, so August the 29th episode of Monday Night Raw brought in an overnight average of 2,107,000 viewers with a .59 in the 1849 demographic. Now, this is going to be an even bigger number. So, the August 22nd episode of Monday Night Raw brought in a viewership of 2,005,000 with a .55 in 1849 demographic. Now it's the 15th episode of Monday Night Raw brought in an overnight average of 1.978 million viewers with a .53 in the 1849 demographic. This was a 1% increase from the previous week. August the 8th episode of Monday Night Raw brought in 1.956 million viewers with a .54 in the 1849 demographic. The August 1st episode of Monday Night Raw brought in overnight average of 2.23 million viewers with 0.61 in the 1849 demographic. So I guess, guys, ladies and gentlemen, everybody that's watching the stream, we'll have to see how WWE scores in the months to come. I guess we'll have to keep an eye on things. Guess I have to keep an eye on things for you guys here. I always keep you up to date with what's going on in the world of professional wrestling. So, you don't have to worry about it. I got you guys up to date, man. Every week I keep you guys up to date, man. I got you, man. Low key, I got you. Trust me. I got you when it comes to WWE and AEW news. Now, Shinsuke Nakamura, Mandy Rose, Judgment Day, the Good Brothers, Shotzi Blackheart, Austin Theory, and Kevin Owens all made their return to NXT. We're going to go over the news on all of them. And we're going to start with Shinsuke Nakamura. So, as you all know, Shinsuke Nakamura returned during NXT this week. Shinsuke Nakamura was the top star in the Triple H division of NXT. The king of strong style captured the NXT championship during his short yet impactful run on the black and gold brand. Here I thought I was going to say Impact. I'm glad. Good. I don't want to see the word Impact on my screen again. I don't. He returned to NXT this week, basically. Shinsuke Nakamura made his surprise return to NXT at the Performance Center in Orlando, Florida. He was revealed to be Channing Stacks Lorenzo's surprise opponent. For those not in the know, Tony D'Angelo had told Channing Lorenzo last week on NXT that he'll pick his protege's opponent for this week. The Dawn of NXT worked through his connections and got Shinsuke Nakamura to appear on the show. The match contained plenty of action, and Channing Lorenzo showed great heart as he tried to take down the former NXT for the win. D'Angelo grabbed Lorenzo by the face, asked him if he had learned his lesson. The young star nodded yes. The camera turned to backstage as Nakamura made his way out. As previously noted, Shinsuke Nakamura might be returning to NXT following his appearance on the show. Good story. Mandy Rose also returned to NXT this week. Mandy Rose took some time off from NXT television to mourn the passing of her brother. WWE removed her from television by having Alba Frey K5 attack her during a previous episode of NXT. Mandy Rose returned to NXT this week. All that changed this week for the NXT Women's Champion. Mandy Rose appeared following Alba Frey's match with Sonya Deville. Mandy Rose told Alba Frey that she may have got her match for the NXT Women's Championship at Halloween Havoc, but it'll be Fire versus Fire this Saturday. They need to change. They need to give Kaylee Ray her actual ring name back. I don't know why they have to call Kaylee Ray Alba Frey. Please, give her Kaylee Ray back. Jordan Devlin needs his ring name back too. I don't know why they're still going with JD McDonald. They need to change his name back to Jordan Devlin. They need to change Alba Frey's name back to Kaylee Ray. Mandy Rose tried to attack Alba Frey with the belt, but the challenger stopped her with a baseball bat. Alba Frey then pushed Mandy Rose out of the ring with her baseball bat. The two women will collide for the NXT Women's Championship at Halloween Havoc this Saturday. And then we got Judgment Day appearing on NXT. Finn Balor, Rhea Ripley, Damian Priest made their return to NXT. Meanwhile, Dominique made his debut on NXT. Cora Jade appeared on Raw this Monday night, and told Rhea Ripley that she wanted her to take on Roxanne Perez on NXT, which I predicted, which I had in the title. I had the title that Cora Jade picks Rhea Ripley as Roxanne's opponent for NXT this week. I had that in my Monday night. I had it in the title for my Monday Night Raw review. That was the title for my Monday Night Raw review. Finn Balor, Damian Priest, Dominique, and Rhea Ripley arrived at the Performance Center for the Nightmares match against Roxanne Perez. The match kicked off this week's edition of NXT. For those not in the know, Rhea Ripley returned to in-ring action during a WWE live event this past weekend. Rhea Ripley was suffering a brain injury that prevented her from wrestling for months. The match contained plenty of action. Roxanne Perez tried to overpower the bigger Rhea Ripley but failed in her attempts. The younger star lost to the former NXT Women's Champion. So we'll have to see what happens next for the Judgment Day. They are likely not leaving Raw, but this week they pulled double duty in NXT. The Good Brothers also returned to NXT. I bet they were glad to be back in NXT. They appeared. Good Lord, the Good Brothers were on NXT before. Says here the Good Brothers returned to WWE and reunited with AJ Styles 2 weeks ago on Raw. Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson wrestled their WWE return match this week on Raw. They appeared and wrestled alongside Cameron Grimes on NXT this Tuesday night. The Good Brothers appeared during a backstage segment with Cameron Grimes, had changed my music, who gave plenty of money to the duo to tag with him against the Scaffold on NXT. The trio took on Joe Gacy and the Dia in a 6-man tag team match later on during the show. Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson won the match for their team with a magic killer. The two men then asked Cameron Grimes to pay up, but the former NXT North American champion said he'll keep his word before shouting his catchphrase to the moon. For those not in the know, Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson will team up with AJ Styles against the Judgment Day at Crown Jewel on November the 5th. Carl Anderson will be supposedly pulling double duty that night as well. The Machine Gun is set to work WWE in New Japan Pro Wrestling event on November 5th, 2022. The Good Brothers are always putting in work ever since they returned to WWE. So, be interesting to see what's next for them. Shotzi Blackheart also returned to NXT. Only this time she returned to NXT as Halloween Havoc host again. It's her second time being Halloween Havoc host. Shotzi Blackheart hosted Halloween Havoc during the Black and Gold era of NXT in 2020. She returned to the brand as the host of the latest iteration of Halloween Havoc once again. Shotzi Blackheart made her return to NXT at the Performance Center in Orlando, Florida. The SmackDown star arrived to the ring in her tank. Shotzi Blackheart said she'll once again host NXT Halloween Havoc. Shotzi Blackheart said no one understands the spirit of Halloween more than her. She promised to make the upcoming Halloween Havoc bigger and better than the 2020 event. Zion Quinn interrupted the promo, told Shotzi Blackheart she will need a co-host, and no one is better to pull that off than Quinn himself. Quincy Elliott arrived and said he's a better choice for the co-host. Shotzi Blackheart proposed a singles match between the two stars to determine who will co-host Halloween Havoc this Saturday. Zion Quinn and Quincy Elliott jumped right into action as Shotzi Blackheart exited the room. You guys are excited to see Shotzi Blackheart as the host of Halloween Havoc? Let me know. Austin Theory returned to NXT and teased Money in the Bank cash shares. Why? I have no idea. He should be teasing that. He should be doing that on SmackDown or Raw instead of doing it in NXT. I mean, he's not an NXT superstar anymore. Austin Theory shocked everyone when he won the men's Money in the Bank ladder match at Money in the Bank several months ago. Raw superstar made his surprise return to NXT, teased the obvious, as you guys know what the obvious means. Austin Theory appeared during the closing moments of NXT at the Performance Center in Orlando, Florida. The Raw Superstar teased cashing in his Money in the Bank contract as the winner of the triple threat match for the NXT Championship at Halloween Havoc this Saturday. Austin Theory has previously stated that he is open to the idea of cashing in his Money in the Bank briefcase during non-televised shows. Mr. A-Train tried to cash in his contract during the Last Man Standing match. It's SummerSlam. I was going to say Super Showdown. Please, don't even bring that back up. Please. So this is what it says here. It says here, and I quote, "This is Theory doing here." And what should I say? What is Theory doing here? Could Mr. Money in the Bank cash in Saturday at Halloween Havoc? End quote. That's what it said. NXT champion Bron Breakker will put his title on the line against JD McDonough and Ilja Dragunov. NXT Halloween Havoc this Saturday. Of course, guys, I will be live with the Halloween Havoc watch along this Saturday. And then I'll be live with the Halloween Havoc review. I got to do the thumbnail in the background for the review. I got to finish doing the background for my Halloween Havoc watch along before Saturday gets here. I'm going to schedule SmackDown today. I'm probably going to do it when I end the stream. Probably start on the thumbnail too. Find out where SmackDown's taking place so I can have a city background. Wherever city it's taking place in. Anyways, Kevin Owens also returned to NXT this week. As you guys know, Kevin Owens was a top star during his time in Triple H's division of NXT. The former NXT champion returned to the White and Gold brand for a special edition of the Kevin Owens show. I wish it was the Black and Gold brand instead of White and Gold. Kevin Owens returned to NXT and have a sit-down interview with NXT champion Bron Breakker and his Halloween Havoc challengers JD McDonough and Ilja Dragunov. Kevin Owens told the fans in attendance, those watching at home, that Shawn Michaels asked him to appear on NXT, and he couldn't say no to the Heartbreak Kid. KO then called out JD McDonough for trying to manipulate Bron Breakker and Ilja Dragunov into attacking each other. The whole segment got pretty intense after Bron Breakker and Ilja Dragunov trade several verbal shots against each other, sensing that the two meant serious business. Kevin Owens removed the chairs from between the fighters and calmly exited the ring. Kevin Owens blocked JD McDonough on Twitter before his appearance on NXT. It seems that KO has a pretty strong dislike for the former NXT UK star. Did you guys happen to see Kevin Owens back in NXT? Let me know. The only reason why, let me tell you guys something. The whole reason why the whole legit reason why they had Shinsuke Nakamura, Mandy Rose, Shotzi Blackheart, the Good Brothers, Judgment Day, and Kevin Owens and Austin Theory returned to NXT is because to combat against AEW. That's the only reason why they had all of them return to NXT is to combat against AEW. So WWE assumed that Shinsuke Nakamura, Judgment Day, Good Brothers, Kevin Owens, and Austin Theory's return to NXT was going to somehow beat AEW in the viewership ratings, which did not, which presumably failed. Right from the word go. But AEW barely beat NXT in the viewership. What they did. At least that's what Ringside News says, not me. So 2 tag team title matches booked for NXT next week. I got some news on that. So WWE's NXT brand is gearing up for Halloween Havoc on Saturday, but they already have a couple of big matches booked for next week's show. The WWE NXT Women's Tag Team titles and NXT Tag Team titles are both set to be defended next week on NXT. So both the NXT Women's Tag Team titles and the Men's NXT Tag Team titles are both set to be defended on this week's NXT, or next week's NXT. Excuse me, not this week, next week. It will be a show full of high-stakes tag team action. Maybe. I don't know. NXT shows have been utterly garbage as of late. I wouldn't be surprised if next week's NXT shows. I wouldn't be surprised if next week's episode of NXT fails even more. Wouldn't be surprised if the NXT viewership drops to an all-time low once again. Triple H has got to start making changes to NXT, man. He got to. We need to see that change now. We don't want to have to wait till next month and then the next month and next month. He needs to change. He needs to make changes to NXT now. If he doesn't, NXT is going to keep failing and failing and failing, and the more it fails, the more audience are going to leave that arena. The more this show fails, the less audience they'll have, and the less viewers they'll have for the show. The less people at home will not be watching the show. You don't want to lose audience when you have your viewership dropping to an all-time low like that. No, that's not good. That's not cool. NXT needs to do better. They need to do a lot better right now. They really do. Katana Chance and Kaden Carter will defend their titles against Zoe Stark and NIKKITA. LYONS. I wouldn't legitimately say that this is interesting. It's not really that interesting. The only interest in this match I have in is NIKKITA LYONS. That's it, pretty much. LYONS is reportedly being eyed for a main roster call. I guess that's the only reason why the women's tag team title match is interesting. The Ringside News, not me. Also, Pretty Deadly will put their titles on the line against Makio, Blade, and Eudoris Inoki. This will give these two teams a great platform to show what they can do. Whatever. Yeah, fucking break. You really serious with that? Great platform to show what they can do. NXT's proving to be useless at this point. So I wouldn't say great platform. It's not a great platform right now. But anyhow, moving on to the next news here, guys. So, speaking of Halloween Havoc, there's news on it. The ambulance match and more is booked for that pay-per-view this Saturday. Of course, Shotzi Blackheart, we already went over the fact that the SmackDown star is going to get a new co-host for the show. Plus, WWE will reveal a stipulation for the match between Grayson Waller and Apollo Crews this Saturday at the NXT Premium Live event. Don't need to go over the card because I've already went over that this week. Now, moving on to the next news. There's some news on Adam Hangman page. I don't know why this should have been on the AEW news page, not on the WWE news page. I don't know what Ringside News is thinking. Anyways, Adam Hangman page was determined to regain the AEW World title. But his main event match against Jon Moxley this week did not end well at all. Of course, Moxley nailed Hangman with a brutal lariat, and the match was ended after Page went crashing to the mat real hard. That was a sad, emotional, bad spot. Adam Page was checked out backstage before he was taken to the hospital. He was diagnosed with a concussion at that time. AEW released a statement on the matter following the scary situation. They thanked fans for their love and support, but also revealed that Hangman was discharged from the Cincinnati hospital and will remain on AEW's concussion protocol. AEW and Hangman Page are grateful for the exemplary response and care of staff and local medical personnel. Now, are appreciative of the love and support of fans everywhere. So, my thoughts, prayers go out to Adam Hangman Page. Guys, comment the prayer emojis in the chat if you can. If anybody is still watching the stream. We got a lot more WWE and AEW news to go over here, guys, so hang on tight. The stream is about to be over. Don't worry. We don't have long. Okay. All right, next news we got, folks, is on Candice LERAE again. We have some news on her. And we also have some news on Juice Robinson. We're going to go over that first before we go over the news on Candice LERAE. I was supposed to have it listed in the description, but I don't. Now, Juice Robinson dismissed a possibility of returning to WWE under Triple H. Juice Robinson, also known as CJ Parker, was under contract with the WWE from 2011 to 2015. The 33-year-old star primarily collaborated with the game and NXT business development arm. The former WWE star was recently questioned about the possibility of returning to the company to work for Triple H. Triple H is now in command of both Raw and SmackDown. Fans have recently seen a number of previously released superstars who have worked with Hunter in the past return to NXT's, or not NXT, WWE's main roster. Given his success leaving NXT, I keep saying NXT. Why do I keep NXT? Get NXT out of your fucking head, IWN. Given his success leaving WWE, Robinson was recently questioned on Inside the Ropes if he would ever think about returning to the company. Robinson said that in wrestling, you never say never. However, his life seems to be going in a different direction now. He further said that he thinks he would be kind of stuck. That's what he said. He said it, not me. He said it, folks, not me. WWE is looking at the momentum. Robinson said that they are cool, but he really doesn't care what they think about him. So, as I change music, I'm going to actually go over what he said. He said here, and I quote, "You know what they say in wrestling. Never say never. Ha 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 ha, but you know my life. It seems to be going in a different direction now. So I would say I don't even think that I would be in a person that they are looking to have there. I was already there. It didn't really work. No problem. I think they're cool. I don't really know what they think about me. I don't really care. And I'm sure they don't care what I think about them. So don't do it." And quote, Toni Storm, the interim AEW Women's Champion, is married to Juice Robinson. Juice has established himself as a mainstay for New Japan Pro Wrestling. As a wrestler for the Asian company, he has been successful in winning the IWGP United States title 3 times. Let me know what y'all think of this story. Now we can go ahead and go over the news on Candice LeRaE. More news on Candice LeRaE. Apparently, she was already physically cleared to wrestle 6 weeks after giving birth to her and Johnny's child. Candice LeRaE made a name for herself in Triple H's vision of NXT on the September 26th episode of Monday Night Raw. Candice LeRaE made a triumphant comeback as a surprise opponent for Nikki. Oh, what's that woman's name? Nikki Trash. LeRaE withdrawal from the ring following the NXT Great American Bash in July 2021 because she was expecting a child. She recently revealed that she was physically cleared to wrestle 6 weeks after giving birth. In February 2022, LeRaE, who is married to Johnny Gargano, gave birth to her son. Speaking to Ryan, oh God, it's that freaking clown that blocked me on Twitter before my Twitter account. Way before my Twitter account got suspended. That freaking clown. Ryan Satin. On Out of Character, I saw it. God, I couldn't stand seeing that doofus's face, man. LeRaE revealed the date she received approval to resume competing. LeRaE said that it was the longest period of time she has been out of the ring. She quoted that Johnny Gargano, who hadn't beat since December 2021 prior to his return to WWE on the August 2022 episode of Monday Night Raw, had been pressing for his return for long. LeRaE disclosed the moment she discovered she would be joining WWE in a different interview. So this is what she said. She says, and I quote, Johnny, obviously he took time off to be with me and the baby. We wanted to make sure there was a guarantee we would have time off. His contract expired and he just took the time off. I don't think people gave him enough credit for what he really sacrificed and put on hold for me as well. He saw me and was like, she's putting everything on pause. I can do the same. We were there together, and I think he was appreciating for his body to have the time off. She goes on to say, I want to say about a week or two after I gave birth, and we had a not planned C-section. But my body bounced back pretty quickly. I didn't have so many issues after. I was very, very lucky. About 2 or 3 weeks after, I was like, I wonder how soon the doctors will clear me to just get back in the ring and let me roll a little and see if I want to do this again. By my 6-week checkup, I was cleared for any physicality, and by week 8, I was already back in the ring and rolling around to see if I wanted to do it again. End quote. Gargano's wife, Candice LeRae's contract was set to expire in the middle of this year. We will have to wait and see how Candice LeRae will be booked in the coming weeks on Monday Night Raw. Now, apparently, I got some news on Bret Hart. Apparently, WWE Hall of Famer Bret the Hitman Hart would wrestle again if he was still healthy. That's what Bret Hart said. That's what he said during a KAS WrestleFest signing. So Bret Hart is without a doubt one of the best technical pro wrestlers the pro wrestling industry has ever seen. He is also a controversial wrestler who many fans believe is too bitter as well. He retired He retired from full-time active competition in early 2020 due to concussion issues. However, he did compete in a couple of matches after that. His last match was on September 12, 2011, episode of Monday Night Raw, when he partnered with John Cena to defeat Alberto Del Rio and Ricardo Rodriguez. While speaking during KAS WrestleFest signing, as I just mentioned, Brit, the Hitman Hart, was asked if there was a possibility that he could have one last match, or made it clear that he would have if he had no concussion issues. He says here, and I quote, "If I had no issues with my concussion and stuff, if I never had a stroke, maybe let's just say I was healthy at my age, I go back, I would have taken it pretty seriously. I have wrestled a lot more over the last 10 years if I hadn't been hurt. All the dream matches that everyone talks about, I would have loved to done all of them. Daniel Bryan, Bryan Danielson, CM Punk, Roman Reigns, John Cena, Randy Orton, and Corbin. Bret Hart will forever be remembered for his contributions to the pro wrestling industry, but it is unlikely he will ever step inside the squared circle again." Moving on to this next news, this has Cody Rhodes mentioned. This has Cody Rhodes' name written all over it. Ex-WWE superstar makes bold claim about Cody Rhodes' return. Cody Rhodes became one of the highlights of Monday Night Raw after returning to WWE at WrestleMania 38. He went on to have a solid match with Seth Rollins, and he's going to really have a good match with Roman Reigns when he beats Roman Reigns, becomes the new WWE champion. He went on to have a solid match with Seth Rollins, elevated himself to the upper mid card. Sadly, an injury put him out of action during an amazing return run. The American Nightmare was on the road since his return, but has not been seen since Hell in a Cell due to a torn pectoral muscle. Man, jeez, that's gotta hurt, man. I'd never want to have one of those. Never. He underwent surgery for the same and will be out of action for a long time. Now, speaking on the unscripted show, the former superstar Brian Clark stated that he believes Cody Rhodes will become a champion in WWE. He says here, and I quote, "He hasn't returned from the injury. Has he? That was a pretty tough injury, especially when I watched him work through it with his entire left side of his body, blood filled from the inside. Yeah, I see him being champion. The pop he got at WrestleMania, I was there. Rhodes is also healing faster than expected. Cody Rhodes hinted at making his return during the Royal Rumble match last year. So we'll have to see if he will become a champion or not. I don't know why you asked that. He's going to. He's going to become WWE champion. He's going to beat Roman Reigns to become WWE champion. My prediction is that he is going to beat Roman Reigns to become WWE champion after WrestleMania. There's no way Roman Reigns is defending the undisputed WWE championship against The Rock at WrestleMania. No way. You don't even need a championship involved in this Roman Reigns feud. You don't. You don't need to involve the championship. You really don't. This is more like a family feud. Family over family feud. Bang over bang. Or bang over bang. Pretty sure you know where I got that from. Anyways. There is news on Candice LeRae again. So, remember when I gave you guys the news on Candice LeRae already physically being cleared to wrestle 6 weeks after giving birth? Well, apparently, she reportedly worked out her new contract with DX. So, as far as Candice LeRae's contract goes, it was set to expire in the middle of this year. It was. Shocking. I know, that's surprising. That is what happened in the end, as Candice LeRae officially became a free agent back in May of this year. Fans continue to wonder if Candice, or where Candice is going to go next after her husband Johnny Gargano returned to WWE. Fans wanted her to return as well. That is exactly what happened as she returned to WWE last month. The Generation X celebrated their 25th anniversary on the October 10th episode of Raw with Triple H, Sean Waltman, Shawn Michaels, and Road Dogg as well. Now, speaking on the Out of Character podcast, Candice LeRae stated that she and Johnny Gargano planned their contracts with both Triple H and Shawn Michaels, both DX members. That's what she said here. She said here, and I quote, "It was like, okay, Johnny and I are here. Johnny and I are here. You know, we're waiting for Hunter to come in." Then Shawn Michaels walked in, sat down at the table with his food, and I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. He's, yeah, Shawn too, okay. Halfway through the conversation, the child in me was, oh, are we talking about? Are we planning our future and our children with DX right now? Does that even make sense? End quote. We'll have to wait and see how Candice LeRae will be booked in the coming weeks on Monday Night Raw. If anything, she is joining the company during a very interesting time. Indeed. Now, Mandy Rose, she says WWE ratings, the WWE NXT ratings will fall when her title reign ends. I don't know about that. Now, Mandy Rose is the reigning NXT Women's Champion, as you all know, a title she won at Halloween Havoc last year, as this year's Halloween event comes closer. Fans have been wondering if this will mark the end of her reign. However, Rose says WWE ratings will plummet if she were to lose her title. The official WWE Twitter account questioned earlier today, could Mandy Rose's reign come to an end this Saturday at Halloween Havoc? Rose promptly replied to the post, arguing that ending her reign would be terrible for WWE viewership. Golden Goddess has already surpassed 350 days as a champion. And if she retains her title at Halloween Havoc 2022, she will be well on her way to breaking Asuka's 510-day record. Rose will be in action this Saturday at Halloween Havoc. She set to defend her NXT Women's Championship against Alba Fyre. So apparently Ronda Rousey wants to bring back Asuka to SmackDown. I got some news on her and Asuka, I think. It says here that Ronda Rousey has cemented her place as one of the WWE's top female stars. She gained recognition in the UFC before signing with WWE. Let's be honest, WWE doesn't even need Ronda Rousey. They don't even need Brock Lesnar. They don't need Lisa Yammons. They don't need Omos. They don't need Braun Strowman. And they damn sure don't need Goldberg. Now, she recently expressed her desire to bring Asuka to WWE SmackDown. On at least the latest episode of the baddest stream on the planet. Cassidy spoke about her interest in bringing Asuka to SmackDown. She stated that she would like to pitch this idea for the upcoming 2022 draft, although she did mention that it wouldn't really be easy. And I quote, "Me and Asuka would be great. Maybe that's something I could pitch at, like, because they do the draft before Survivor Series, that I could pitch them drafting Asuka. But isn't she part of, like, the Bianca Belair, the Bianca faction now? Bianca faction? The fuck? Bianca's not carrying no fucking faction on Monday Night Raw. What the fuck is she talking about, man? What the draft? I don't even know what she's talking about, dude. Then she goes on to say it's Alexa Bliss and Asuka and Bianca are like a faction now. I don't think that they would let me steal her. End quote. Rousey also addressed who she in the Survivor Series and whether the event would continue the previous year's format of brand versus brand matchups. And she goes on to say here, and I quote again, who would be on my team besides Shayna to make it even? 3 versus 3. Will we turn Liv Morgan evil? Would Natty turn? I don't know if they're going to do a traditional Survivor Series this year with champion versus champion. I'm hearing it's all up in the air. And no one really knows what's going on. I don't know if Charlotte Flair would want to be a part of a team, though. That would be very interesting. End quote. Well, LERAE hasn't announced any plans for their superstore draft. It may be taking place sooner than expected. The addition of Asuka to SmackDown's roster will undoubtedly open up interesting booking possibilities. I have to wait and see how things play out. You guys want to see Asuka in SmackDown? Asuka's already been on SmackDown. I mean, why would you want Asuka to go back to SmackDown? Now, there's news on AEW Dynamite NXT. Apparently, Dynamite barely beats NXT in head-to-head viewership this week. AEW Dynamite and NXT both brought loaded shows to the table this week. They also went head-to-head for the first time in favor because Dynamite had to change days. How did the viewership turn out? Well, WrestleNomics noted that AEW Dynamite won the night with 752,000 viewers with a 0.26 and 18.9 graph. During NXT, who did 676,000 viewers with a 0.13 in the treasure demographic. So, also, October the 4th episode of NXT brought in an overnight average of 625,000 viewers with a 0.13 and 18.9 demographic. October 5th episode of AEW Dynamite brought in an overnight average of 1.038 million viewers with a 0.33 and 18.9 demographic. NXT versus AEW head-to-head will not continue next week. This was only in place because Major League Baseball needed TBS that night. It is still interesting to see how things stack up when they go against each other. Now, what y'all think on this competition? Let me know. There is news on The Miz. There's news on The Miz currently working through an injury. So, apparently The Miz may have faked an injury this past Monday on Raw to get out of his match against Dexter Lewis. However, he is actually working through an actual injury at the moment. While appearing on LASHLEY'S Edge with Los Angeles Chargers RB Austin, the topic of bumps and bruises came up in regard to pro wrestling in football. The Miz revealed that he's been having issues with a busted Versa sack. He says here, and I quote, "I just got back from Monday Night Raw. I didn't have any match. But anytime you have matches, we have matches over the weekend. Any match, your entire body is sore. My neck, my body, when I'm done, I don't feel it. Then, the next day, I'm like, where's this coming from? I have a Versa stack that I bursted that just keeps blowing up. It'll go away and then comes back. I messed up my shoulder a little bit, tried to work out and work through it to maintain your body." End quote. Miz didn't wrestle on Monday, but he attacked Loomis with a chair before their scheduled match. He is set to work a dark match on Friday's WWE SmackDown. And I quote, "Just this week, I have to go to SmackDown." That's what Miz said. "I'm not a SmackDown superstar. I'm not a Raw superstar. There are two brands. I'm going to Friday just to do the main event dark to give them something a little more. That live crowd, you're not going to see me on TV, but that live crowd will see me. It's just that night," he said. Hopefully, Miz overcomes his Versa sack issues. Sure, it's not fun waking up with an injury like that on a daily basis currently. He still makes it work because the Miz is awesome. So what do you guys think of Miz's current injury? Now, that is it for your WWE Wednesday night news. Now we're going to go over your AEW late AEW Wednesday night news. We are finally done with your WWE Wednesday night news, folks. Now we're moving on to your AEW Wednesday night news. So, we're going to go ahead and start with the news on Tony Khan. Yes, folks, we're starting with the news on Tony Khan, man. So apparently, Tony Khan promises great news soon about Ring of Honor's weekly television show. Now, Ring of Honor surprised fans when it announced that it was going to undergo pretty much a re-imaging last year. Now, this led to the company releasing all of its talent at the same time. AEW president Tony Khan previously announced that he had purchased the entirety of Ring of Honor. It has been more than half a year since then, and Ring of Honor has produced a couple of pay-per-views so far. However, no weekly TV show has been made as of yet. Well, speaking to Justin Barrasso of Sports Illustrated, Tony Khan promised great news when it comes to a weekly TV show for Ring of Honor. This is what Justin Barrasso said, and I quote, "We'll have great news soon about Ring of Honor weekly show. The success of Death Before Dishonor on pay-per-view has ensured there will be more Ring of Honor pay-per-views. Our goal is to have one more great pay-per-view for Ring of Honor 2022, and then follow that up with a weekly show in 2023. End quote. So we're gonna have to wait and see exactly what Ring of Honor will have their own weekly show next year, as fans would love to watch it. I'm sure. Sure, it's better than watching Impact. Definitely. You know it is. You know it's gonna be better than watching Impact, man. It's better than watching Impact Wrestling. AEW is also better than watching that. Now, Abaddon is now taking bookings outside of AEW. I got some news on her. Abaddon is an American professional wrestler trained by Al Snow and currently signed to All Elite Wrestling. They have been working with AEW since March 4th, 2020, where they debuted against Shida. It seems that her time with AEW might not last too much longer, if it hasn't already ended. The Undead Wrestler's most prominent match took place against Shida on November 25th, 2020, episode of AEW Dynamite, when they lost to Shida. Although they have been featuring on AEW Dark and Elevation. Sadly, Abaddon's time in the ring has been limited as of late, and now looks like Abaddon is taking outside the company elsewhere. Sorry guys, my computer was doing some stuff. She recently posted their email address on their Twitter account or Twitter handle, which seemed to indicate the same. Guys, hold on. I'm gonna have to take this to the kitchen, man. This laptop's acting up. This laptop's acting up, dude. I don't understand it's doing that. I don't understand why it's doing that, dude. Come on, you can't be serious. It's scaring me, dude, for real. Come on, stop doing that, man. No, man. I don't understand why it's doing that. Anyways, she recently posted their email account or email address on their Twitter handle, which seemed to indicate the same. Sorry, guys. I don't know what my computer is doing. I can assure you it's doing some stupid stuff right now. I have to go real fast so I can end the stream and get this computer charging. So I don't know what's going on with it. It keeps saying shut down. It's pissing me off. There's some news on Ring of Honor. Yes, folks, there is some news on Ring of Honor, man. So, the Ring of Honor Final Honor pay-per-view date and venue has been revealed. Ring of Honor has been doing fairly well since Tony Khan took over the copyright rights from its copyright owners. Ring of Honor has been in the news since Khan's control. The company has done 2 shows under Tony Khan, the first being Supercard of Honor back in April, and the second being Death Before Dishonor back in July. The third show is announced now. Ring of Honor Final Battle will take place December the 10th from the DFW Metroplex in Arlington, Texas. The show will be an exceptional event as Death Before Dishonor raised the stakes.